All right, I can say you're about to drift into a world of sweet dreams, letting this video take you there. But wait, before you slip into sleep and forget everything, don't forget to like and subscribe. It's like magic that powers me to create more amazing videos just for you, but only if you really enjoy what I'm doing here and share your thoughts in the comments. Oh, and by the way, I'm curious. What time is it where you are, and where in the world are you watching from? Let's make your peaceful space even better together. Now relax and let's get started. Welcome, time travelers. Buckle up because you've just crash landed in 1349, smack in the middle of medieval Europe. No Starbucks, no DoorDash, and definitely no Wi-Fi to tweet your misery. The Black Death is the hottest trend, and your stomach's growling louder than a Karen demanding a manager. Lucky for you, we're about to dig into the A-list of medieval survival foods: skirret salsify and scorzonera. These root veggies were the unsung heroes of the Middle Ages, keeping peasants alive when the world was one bad harvest away from game over. But fair warning, buddy, you're going to wish you smuggled a Big Mac through that time portal. Picture this. You're a dirt poor farmer in a village that smells like despair and unwashed feet. Your clothes are basically potato sacks with ambition. And the last thing you ate was a questionable broth that might have been flavored with regret. It's winter. The fields are as empty as your Venmo balance after a music festival. And your kids are eyeing the family donkey like it's a potential entree. But don't lose hope yet. Buried under this frozen tundra are three root vegetables that medieval folks called the poor man's comfort. Let's get digging, because in 1349, these roots are your ticket to not starving before spring. First up, skirret, the medieval equivalent of a trust fund you didn't know you had. This skinny white root was the superstar of the Middle Ages, multiplying underground like compound interest. No effort required. Plant it once, and it keeps pumping out sweet tender tubers year after year. Think of it as the original set it and forget it. Crop Ronco would have been jealous. But here's the kicker. Skirret was so delicious it had a fan club among medieval nobility. Kings and queens demanded it in their palace gardens, probably while sipping mead and laughing at peasants like you. All right, you soft-handed suburbanite, grab that rusty shovel. Yeah, the one that looks like it's been through a Viking raid. Start digging. Oh, you thought you'd get gloves. Sorry, buddy medieval. OSHA hasn't been invented yet, and frostbite's just part of the vibe. Keep going deeper. There, you've hit pay dirt, a cluster of skirret roots looking like malnourished carrots that forgot to hit the gym. Brush off the mud and take a good look. These little guys are your lifeline, your meal plan, your reason to keep waking up in this godforsaken century. Now take a bite. Go on raw and dirty, because fire's a luxury, and your cooking skills are limited to microwaving. Hot Pockets. How's it taste, sweet, right? Like a candy bar's distant cousin, but with a gritty aftertaste of soil and existential dread. Congrats, you're eating what medieval texts called the comfort of the poor man's table. Comfort my ass. This is what you munch when the alternative is chewing your own shoe leather. But here's the wild part. Skirret's so versatile medieval cooks used it for everything. Roasted boiled, tossed in stews, or mashed into pies sweeter than a rom-com ending. It was the potato before potatoes crashed the European party, and it kept entire villages from becoming ghost towns during winters harsher than a Midwest polar vortex. Now let's fast forward to 2025. You, Mr. I, only buy organic at Whole Foods, would toss Skirret in the compost bin faster than you unfollow an X on Instagram. Too small, too weird, not shiny enough for your artisanal charcuterie board. Meanwhile, your ancestors were out here worshiping this root because it grew without them begging it to. You drop $8 on a single heirloom carrot at a farmer's market. But Skirret was the ultimate flex-free, reliable, and sweeter than your overpriced oat milk latte. Isn't it hilarious? You're out here chasing sustainable living on TikTok, while medieval peasants were living your dream, digging up dinner with zero carbon footprint. Who's the real environmentalist now, huh? But why did Skirret vanish? Simple modern farmers ditched it for bigger, faster-growing crops that scream capitalism. Skirret's like that indie band you loved in college, too good for the mainstream, so it faded into obscurity. If you pitch Skirret to a grocery chain today, they'd laugh you out of the boardroom. What no-shelf appeal? Next. Meanwhile, you're stuck eating mass-produced carrots that taste like disappointment. Maybe it's time to rethink who's winning at life. Next on the menu, salsify the root vegetable with an identity crisis. This long, thin, dark-skinned tuber tastes like oysters when cooked right, which made it a medieval MVP, especially for monks who couldn't eat fish during Lent. Imagine that a veggie that cosplays as seafood monasteries in the 1400s grew it like it was their side hustle, serving it to fasting monks who probably dreamed of real oysters but had to settle for this dirt-grown knockoff. Salsify came in two flavors, white and black, both with an ugly exterior that hides a gourmet heart. It's the vegetable equivalent of a dive bar with a Michelin-starred chef. All right, time traveler, put down that Skirret and trudge over to the monastery garden. You're on salsify duty, and no, you don't get a break to check your non-existent notifications. Grab that shovel again. Yep, still no gloves, and start digging. Careful. These roots are sneaky, hiding like buried treasure in soil harder than a landlord's heart. Got one. Look at that gnarly black salsify, like a stick that got lost in a mudslide. Peel it quick, because beneath that rough skin is a white core that tastes like the ocean called and left a voicemail. Now boil it in that rusty pot over there. Oh, you thought you'd get a gas stove. Nope, just a smoky fire and a prayer that you don't burn the village down. Whoa. Right. It's like oysters, but without the fancy cocktail sauce or waterfront view. You're eating what monks chowed down on during Lent, pretending they were at a seaside feast while surrounded by stone walls and existential guilt. But here's why. Salsify was a game changer. It laughed in the face of winter. While other crops withered, salsify stayed fresh underground, ready to be dug up whenever you needed it. No fridge, no problem. It stored for months, like a medieval Tupperware champ. In a world where fresh meant not yet rotten, salsify was the MVP of food security. Flash back to your cushy 2025 life. You're at a hipster seafood joint, dropping $30 on a plate of oysters because they're sustainable. Meanwhile, salsify was doing the same job for free-feeding monks and peasants who didn't have the luxury of a Yelp review. You'd probably gag at salsify's scruffy look, demanding your grocery store stock, something prettier. But here's the tea. Your ancestors were out here eating gourmet for $0, while you're stuck with overpriced kale that wilts faster than your New Year's resolutions. And why did salsify get the boot? Modern farming said, nah, too slow, too weird. They swapped it for carrots and potatoes that grow fast and look good under fluorescent lights. You're paying a premium for farm to table, but your medieval buddies were living it. No filter needed. Last but not least, scorzonera, the root, with a name that sounds like a medieval STD fun fact. It comes from the Italian word for venomous snake, because old herbalists thought it could cure snake bites. Spoiler alert, it couldn't. But what it could do was feed you through the darkest days. This black-skinned, white-fleshed root is salsify's sweeter, milder cousin with a nutty, asparagus-like vibe. Medieval monks loved it, growing it in their gardens for fasting feasts and brewing it into teas for purifying the blood. It's stored like a dream, buried in sand, in a cool cellar, staying fresh from fall to summer, like a time capsule of nutrition. Okay, you're officially out of energy, but hunger doesn't care about your feelings. Stumble over to the monastery cellar. Watch your step. That's not a shadow. It's a rat, the size of a chihuahua. You're here for scorzonera, the root. That sounds like a villain in a fantasy novel. Dig through that pile of sand over there. No, not with your hands. Use that broken spade. There it is, a long black root that looks like it auditioned for a horror movie. Peel it, chop it, and toss it into a stew that's mostly water and hope take a bite. Pause. Not bad, right? Sweet, subtle like asparagus if it had a personality. You're eating what monks use to survive their no-meat marathons, all while you're dreaming of a cheeseburger that won't exist for centuries. Scorzonera's real superpower was storage harvested in fall. Bury it in sand. And it's good till next summer. No refrigeration required. In a world where expiration date meant you're dead, that was a big deal. Plus, it was a medieval multitasker. Eat it, brew it into tea, or just flex it to your neighbors. Like, yeah, I've got scorzonera. What's your deal? It was the ultimate humble brag of 1349. Now imagine pitching scorzonera to a 2025 supermarket chain. Its ugly grows slow and needs peeling. Hard pass. They'd rather stock avocados that cost more than your car payment. You're out here buying $15 superfood powders to detox, while scorzonera was keeping monks alive and healthy for free. You've got a fridge full of produce that spoils before you can Insta-story it. But your ancestors were hoarding scorzonera like it was gold. And why did it disappear? Because grocery stores decided year-round fresh produce was the future, and roots that required effort didn't make the cut. You're chasing wellness with overpriced supplements, but medieval folks were out here living it one gritty root at a time. Congrats, time traveler. You've survived your first medieval meal. You've chomped on, skirt slurped, salsify, and savored scorzonera, all while dodging frostbite and existential despair. These roots were the backbone of medieval survival, keeping people fed. When the world was one bad day away from collapse, skirt was the sweet low-maintenance hero. Salsify was the oyster-flavored fasting hack, and scorzonera was the storage king with a side of monk-approved wellness. Together, they were the ultimate middle finger to starvation. But let's talk real for a second. In 2025, you're living the American dream. Uber eats on speed dial, a fridge stuffed with overpriced greens, and a Pinterest board full of clean eating recipes you'll never try. Meanwhile, your medieval ancestors were out here mastering sustainability with nothing but a shovel and some dirt. You laugh at their primitive ways, but they're the ones laughing now. Bellies full of free, nutritious roots, while you're stuck paying $5 for a single sweet potato. So who's really winning at life? Ready for the next part of this culinary nightmare? Because we've got more forgotten foods waiting, and they're going to make you rethink everything you thought you knew about eating. Hold tight. You're not back in Kansas. or your air-conditioned condo, yet your stomach's still grumbling, despite those gritty skirret roots and oyster-flavored salsify from last time. Good news, you survived winter, but spring's here, and your so-called garden looks like a post-apocalyptic parking lot. No Instacart to save you, no grocery store. Salad kits, just a muddy patch of hope and a whole lot of hunger. Today, we're diving into the next course of your medieval survival menu. Alexander's, Good King Henry, and chickweed. These wild greens were the rock stars of the Middle Ages, growing like nobody's business and keeping peasants like you from turning into skeletons. Buckle up, because you're about to eat stuff that'd make your yoga instructor faint. Picture yourself standing in a soggy field, your boots, or what's left of them, sinking into mud that smells like regret. Your medieval neighbors, with their questionable hygiene and even worse, dental plans, are eyeing you like you're the new guy on a reality show called Survive or Starve. You're a farmer now, but your only farming experience is that one time you tried to grow basil on your apartment balcony and killed it in a week. The good news, Mother Nature's got your back with 3 greens that don't need your permission to thrive. These plants are the ultimate freeloaders of the vegetable world, popping up everywhere and laughing in the face of your incompetence. Let's get foraging, because in this century, dinner's on the house, if you can find it. First up is Alexander's, the vegetable equivalent of that friend who crashes every party, but brings the best snacks. This plant's got Roman roots, literally. The Romans hauled it to Britain, and medieval farmers fell head over heels for its take-no-prisoners attitude. Alexander's doesn't play by your rules. It grows up to 6 feet tall, with bright yellow flowers that scream, "Look at me," and a knack for spreading like gossip in a small town. Every part of its edible stems, leaves, flowers, roots, seeds, making it the Swiss Army knife of medieval cuisine. Peasants munch the young shoots, like celery tossed the flowers in salads, ground the seeds into a peppery spice, and threw the leaves into soups for a parsley-celery mashup that somehow worked. It's the kind of plant that thrives on cliffs, roadsides, and coastal dunes, no invitation needed. Think of it as the medieval version of a food truck that shows up unannounced, but slaps all right. You TikTok scrolling city slicker time to get your hands dirty. You're in a weedy patch by the village, surrounded by Alexanders towering over you like judgmental skyscrapers. Your job is to harvest this beast, but don't expect a cute little herb garden with labels. This is a jungle, and you're armed with nothing but a dull knife and a growing sense of dread. Start by yanking a young shoot. Go on, pull hard, because Alexander's doesn't go down without a fight. Got it. Now take a bite. Yeah, raw. Because your cooking setup is a campfire that's more smoke than flame. How's it taste? Crunchy, a little spicy, like celery, if it had an attitude. Not bad, right? Now hack off some leaves and flowers. Stuff them in your sack. Sorry, no reusable tote bag here. You're eating what medieval folks called a delicacy. But to you, it's just a glorified weed that's mocking your inability to order takeout. Here's the kicker. Alexander's was a medieval multitasker. It fed entire families, attracted pollinators to keep gardens buzzing, and grew without you lifting a finger. But by the 1700s, celery, yes. Boring old celery stole its spotlight. Why? Because celery played nice in neat garden rows, while Alexander's was out here acting like a botanical anarchist. Fast forward to 2025, and you're spending $6 on a bundle of organic celery at Trader Joe's, oblivious to the fact that Alexander's is still out there growing wild and free, laughing at your grocery bill. You'd probably call it an invasive species and demand it be eradicated, all while sipping a $12 Green juice. That's 90% marketing. Meanwhile, your ancestors were living the farm-to-table dream. No hashtags required. Isn't it rich? You're out here chasing wellness with overpriced smoothies, while medieval peasants were eating better than you. No juicer needed. Next up, Good King Henry the Plant. With a name so regal, you'd think it had its own Netflix documentary. Nobody knows why it's called that. Maybe some king liked it, or maybe medieval folks were just bad at branding. What we do know is this green was everywhere, sprouting in gardens, fields, and even cracks in the village wall, like it owned the place. It's the ultimate low-maintenance crop coming back year after year without you replanting like a Netflix subscription that never cancels. Its leaves are packed with more iron than spinach and more vitamin C than your morning orange juice, making it a medieval superfood. That'd have Gwyneth Paltrow green with envy. In spring, when food was scarcer than a parking spot at Costco on Black Friday, its early shoots were a literal lifesaver. Time to channel your inner farmer, you Peloton-pedaling suburbanite. You're in a muddy garden, plot surrounded by Good King Henry plants that look like they're judging your life choices. Your mission harvest enough to feed your hungry family, who are currently eyeing the neighbor's goat with unsettling enthusiasm. Snip. Some young shoots. They're tender, like asparagus, if it had a better PR team. Now grab a handful of mature leaves, thick and green, perfect for boiling, like spinach. Oh, you thought you'd get a salad spinner. Nope, just rinse them in a stream. That's probably not as clean as you'd like. Take a bite of the shoots. Go on. Don't be a coward. They're crisp, earthy, with a hint of, you're not starving anymore. Relief. Now boil those leaves in a pot that's seen better days. The result, a nutrient-packed meal that's keeping you alive, even if it tastes like survival rather than a Michelin star experience. Good King Henry wasn't just food, it was medicine. Medieval healers used its leaves to patch up wounds and brewed its roots into a tea that, let's just say, kept things moving. It was so versatile, they called it all good in some villages, which is more than you can say for your $200 air fryer that's collecting dust. But here's the tragedy. Modern farming kicked Good King Henry to the curb. Why? Because it wasn't flashy enough for commercial agriculture. You'd rather buy pre-washed spinach at $5 a bag, even though Good King Henry grows like a weed and laughs at your pesticide obsession. You're out here preaching, eat local, while ignoring a plant that's been local since before Columbus got lost. Your ancestors are rolling in their graves, probably muttering, "We gave you a superfood, and you traded it for kale chips." Last, but not least, chickweed, the ultimate gatecrasher of medieval gardens. This tiny plant with delicate white flowers is like that friend who shows up to your barbecue uninvited, but brings enough burgers for everyone. It grows everywhere, fields, paths, even the cracks in your hovel's floor, sprouting in any season above freezing and producing seeds faster than a reality TV show churns out drama. Medieval folks didn't plant chickweed. They couldn't stop it if they tried. Instead, they harvested it for free, because in 1349, free was the only price point that mattered. Its tender leaves, pack 7 times the vitamin C of oranges, making it the medieval equivalent of a multivitamin. Even nobles ate it when winter greens were scarcer than a good Tinder match. Get ready, you kombucha, sipping hipster, because you're about to embrace your inner forager. You're trudging through a village path overrun with chickweed, its green carpet mocking your inability to grow anything but resentment. Your task, gather enough for a meal, because your pantry, aka a damp corner of your hut, is emptier than a mall on Super Bowl Sunday. Bend down and yank a handful of those soft, juicy leaves. No scissors, just your grubby hands, because medieval life doesn't do manicures. Pop a leaf in your mouth. Go ahead, it's not poison. Even if it looks like something you'd mow over with your fancy robotic lawnmower, how's it taste? Fresh, slightly nutty, like a salad that didn't cost you $15 at Sweet Green Boil. The rest with whatever scraps you've got. And you've got a dish that's keeping scurvy at bay. You're eating what kings and peasants alike scarfed down when the world ran out of green. Chickweed wasn't just food. It was a medieval pharmacy. Its cooling leaves soothed skin, irritations, and its tea was a go-to for fevers, which is more than you can say for your overpriced essential oils. But here's the punchline. Modern agriculture declared war on chickweed, dousing it with herbicides like its public enemy. Number one, you with your zero-waste tote bag and reusable straw are part of a world that calls this superfood a nuisance. Meanwhile, your ancestors were out here thriving, eating free greens while you're dropping $10 on a detox salad that's mostly iceberg lettuce. Isn't it wild? You're chasing health with supplements and fad diets, but medieval folks were living your dream. No goop. Subscription required? Your stomach's been through a lot. Gritty, skirret-weedy Alexanders and chickweed that tasted like desperation's distant cousin. Spring's fading, and your so-called farm is less bountiful harvest and more dirt with attitude. No seamless, no grocery store, spice aisle, just a muddy yard and a hunger that's louder than a tailgate party. Today, we're spicing things up with lovage, tansy, and fat hen. 3 medieval powerhouses that turned bland meals into something worth surviving for. These plants were the flavor bombs and famine fighters of the Middle Ages, and they're about to school you on, eating like a peasant with swagger. Get ready, because this menu's going to make your artisanal food truck look like amateur hour. Imagine you're hunched over in a ramshackle kitchen, your clothes reeking of smoke and regret, with a pot of mystery broth simmering on a fire that's more cough than flame. Your medieval neighbors, with their gap-toothed grins and questionable life choices, are whispering about you. The weird newcomer who keeps muttering about Uber Eats. You're a cook now, but your culinary resume peaks at burning microwave popcorn. Lucky for you, nature's serving up 3 plants that don't care about your lack of skills. Lovage, tansy, and fat hen are the culinary equivalent of a rock band that shows up uninvited but steals the show. They're bold, they're nutritious, and they're here to save your sorry hide from another meal of boiled sadness. Let's dive in, because in this century, flavor is your only friend. First on the list is lovage, the herb that makes celery look like it's been slacking at the gym. This beast of a plant was a medieval superstar brought to Europe by Roman soldiers who probably used it to flex their culinary cred while conquering villages. Lovage grows over 6 feet tall with leaves that scream, "I'm here to dominate," and a flavor so intense it could wake a coma patient. Think celery parsley, and a shot of espresso had a love child, then sent it to boot camp. Medieval cooks were obsessed. One sprig could transform a pot of watery soup into a meal worth fighting over. They tossed the leaves on meats, crushed the seeds for bread, boiled the roots like parsnips, and even candied the stems for treats sweeter than a royal decree. Plus, it was a medieval medicine cabinet with oils that soothed stomachs, eased bloating, and kept kidneys from throwing tantrums. A single plant could live for 20 years, making it the gift that kept on giving, unlike your Amazon Prime subscription. All right, you avocado toast evangelist, time to play medieval chef. You're in a monastery garden surrounded by lovage plants that tower over you like judgmental basketball coaches. Your mission: harvest enough to flavor tonight's dinner, which is currently a sad pot of barley and mystery scraps. Grab that dull knife. Yep, the one that's more rust than blade, and hack off a sprig. Careful. This stuff's so potent, it could knock you out if you sniff too hard. Now chop a few leaves and toss them into your broth. No measuring spoons here. Just eyeball it like you're guessing the tip at a diner. Take a whiff. Whoa, right? It's like celery got a PhD in flavor and isn't afraid to show off. Now candy, a stem for dessert. Boil it in honey you borrowed from a beehive and hope you don't get stung. Take a bite. Sweet, chewy, with a kick that says, "I'm not your grandma's candy." You're eating what monks and peasants use to survive long winters, all while you're dreaming of a pizza that won't exist for centuries. Here's the tragedy: lovage got sidelined when global trade brought milder spices like parsley to Europe. By the time you're back in 2025, you're sprinkling 10 a jar artisanal seasoning on your Instant Pot meals, oblivious to the fact that lovage was doing it better, bolder, and for free. You'd probably call it too aggressive and banish it from your minimalist kitchen, all while dropping $15 on a gourmet spice blend that's mostly salt. Meanwhile, your ancestors were out here turning slop into Michelin-worthy dishes with a single sprig. You're chasing culinary authenticity with overpriced saffron, but medieval folks were living it, no foodie blog required. Isn't it a riot? You think you're a food connoisseur, but you're just a peasant with a credit card. Next up is tansy, the herb that's basically a middle finger to subtle flavors. This plant was the medieval equivalent of a punk rock band, loud, abrasive, and impossible to ignore. Its bright yellow flowers and bitter spicy leaves were a staple in monastery gardens, where monks grew it for both cooking and keeping flies out of their holy spaces. Tansy's flavor is a wild ride with over 40 compounds that hit your taste buds like a mosh pit. Medieval cooks used it in everything from savory stews to a bizarre Easter pudding made with eggs, cream, and sugar fried into a dish that probably tasted like rebellion. It was so potent that a single leaf could make your soup taste like it was yelling at you. Plus, it doubled as a medieval insect repellent, which was handy when your kitchen was basically a petting zoo for bugs. Time to get your hands dirty, you craft beer snob. You're standing in a monastery courtyard, surrounded by tansy plants that look like they're plotting world domination. Your job: gather enough to spice up your dinner and keep the flies off your questionable broth. Snip a few leaves. Watch out. They're as fragrant as a dive bar bathroom. Now chop them finely, because tansy doesn't do subtle. Toss a pinch into your pot and brace yourself for a flavor explosion that's part bitter, part spicy, and all attitude. Feeling brave, chew a leaf raw. Go on, I dare you. It's like biting into a protest song, intense, chaotic, and not for the faint of heart. Now mix some with eggs and honey for that Easter pudding. Fry it over your pathetic fire and take a bite. Weird, right, sweet, bitter, and screaming medieval vibes. You're eating what monks used to celebrate spring, all while you're fantasizing about a burger that's 7 centuries away. Here's the kicker. Tansy fell out of favor when milder herbs like parsley became the cool kids of the spice world. In 2025, you're shelling out $8 for a tiny jar of Herbe de Provence at Whole Foods, while tansy's out there growing wild, laughing at your spice rack. You'd probably call it overpowering and ban it from your charcuterie board, all while preaching bold flavors on your foodie Instagram. Meanwhile, your ancestors were using tansy to make meals sing and keep their hovels bug-free. No citronella candles needed. You're dropping $20 on natural pest repellents. But medieval monks were out here living the eco-dream with a plant that did it all. Isn't it hilarious? You think you're a culinary trailblazer, but you're just a peasant with a paycheck. Last, but not least, Fat Hen, the ultimate underdog of medieval cuisine. This wild green crashed the garden party without an invite, growing in fields, waste heaps, and even the ruins of your dignity. Its name comes from its knack for fattening chickens, but humans loved it just as much. Fat hen's leaves are packed with more protein than cabbage, more iron than spinach, and more calcium than kale, making it a superfood that'd have your nutritionist weeping with joy. During famines, it was the difference between starvation and survival, with leaves boiled like spinach, or seeds ground into flour. When times got really rough, archaeological digs are littered with fat hen seeds, proof it was a staple for peasants and nobles alike when the world ran out of options. Get ready, you Peloton pumping yuppie, because you're about to embrace your inner scavenger. You're trudging through a village dump. Yep, that's your grocery store, now surrounded by fat hen plants that look like they're mocking your life choices. Your task: gather enough to feed your family, who are currently debating whether to eat the neighbor's cat. Yank a handful of leaves. They're soft green and surprisingly inviting, like kale, if it didn't cost $6 a bunch. Rinse them in a stream that's probably not FDA approved, and boil them in your sad little pot. Take a bite. Not bad, right? Earthy mild with a hint of, you're not dead yet, optimism. Now grind some seeds into a gritty flour. Use 2 rocks because food processors are a distant fantasy. Mix it with water and bake it into a flatbread that tastes like survival. You're eating what kept entire villages alive, all while you're dreaming of a Chipotle bowl that's nowhere in sight. Fat hen's real tragedy is modern agriculture's vendetta against it. You with your organic CSA box and reusable tote are part of a world that sprays fat hen with herbicides, calling it a weed, like it's some kind of criminal. Meanwhile, your ancestors were out here thriving, eating a superfood that grew faster than your student loan interest. You're spending $15 on a protein-packed salad at Sweet Green, while Fat Hen was doing it for free. No marketing team required. Isn't it wild? You're chasing health with overpriced quinoa, but medieval folks were living your dream. No smoothie blender needed. Your stomach's been through the ringer, gritty skirret, weedy Alexanders and tansy that tasted like a punk rock tantrum. Winter's closing in again, and your so-called farm is a frozen wasteland that makes your Peloton workouts look like a spa day. No grocery delivery, no heated supermarket aisles. Just a bleak field and a hunger that's louder than a Super Bowl halftime show. Today, we're tackling 3 medieval MVPs that laughed in the face of frost, Welsh onions, corn salad, and sea kale. These winter warriors kept peasants alive when the world was one snowstorm away from a ghost town. Brace yourself, because this menu's going to make your $15 salad bowl look like a sad participation trophy. Picture yourself shivering in a field, your threadbare cloak doing less to keep you warm than a paper towel in a blizzard. Your medieval neighbors, with their frostbitten fingers and medieval mullets, are betting on whether you'll survive till spring or end up as fertilizer. You're a farmer by default, but your only agricultural cred is that one time you bought a $10 basil plant at Home Depot and watched it die in a week. The good news: nature's got a trio of greens that don't care about your incompetence or the sub-zero temps. Welsh onions, corn salad, and sea kale are the ultimate cold weather champs growing when everything else has given up, like a stubborn grandma refusing to leave her porch in a snowstorm. Let's get foraging, because in this century, dinner's your only shot at seeing tomorrow. First up is Welsh onions, the vegetable world's biggest identity crisis. Spoiler: they're not from Wales, and they're not true onions. They're like the knockoff designer bag that somehow outshines the real thing. Hailing from East Asia, these perennial champs hit Europe via trade routes around the 1200s, and medieval farmers were all in why. Because once you plant them, they keep coming back, year after year. No replanting, required like a Spotify subscription that never expires. They multiply into clumps. You can divide forever. One medieval gardening manual bragged a single plant could feed a family for a decade. The green hollow shoots are the star perfect for flavoring soups, stews, or salads when your pantry's emptier than a mall on Christmas morning. Best of all, they stay green through all but the nastiest winters, delivering vitamins when your diet's otherwise snow and despair. All right, you craft beer guzzling urbanite, time to play medieval gardener. You're in a frozen patch by the village, surrounded by Welsh onions poking through the snow like tiny middle fingers to winter. Your mission: harvest enough to keep your family from eating their own shoes. Grab that dull knife, yep, still rusty from your lovage days, and slice off a handful of green shoots. Careful, they're slippery, and your fingers are numb enough to mistake them for icicles. Now chop them up and toss them into your broth, which is basically water with a side of wishful thinking. No cutting board, just hack away on a flat rock, like you're auditioning for a survival show. Take a bite of a raw shoot. Go on, don't wimp out. It's sharp oniony with a kick that says, you're not starving yet. You're eating what kept medieval households going, all while you're fantasizing about a burrito that's 7 centuries away. Here's the rub: Welsh onions got overshadowed by true onions with their big, shiny bulbs that screamed commercial potential. By 2025, you're dropping $4 on a bag of organic scallions at Whole Foods, oblivious to the fact that Welsh onions are still out there growing like champs for free. You'd probably call them weeds and yank them out of your curated backyard, all while preaching sustainability on your eco-blog. Meanwhile, your ancestors were living the locavore dream, flavoring their meals with zero effort. Next on the list is corn salad, the vegetable with the worst PR team in history. No, it's got nothing to do with corn. Medieval Europeans called grain fields corn long before maize hit the scene. This little green pops up after grain harvests in fall, staying fresh through winter, like a stubborn guest who won't leave your couch. Its tender leaves have a mild, nutty flavor with none of the bitterness you'd expect from wild greens. Packed with 3 times the omega-3s of iceberg lettuce, plus iron and vitamin C. It was a medieval health hack that'd make your nutritionist cry tears of joy. When every other green was buried under snow, corn salad was the MVP, keeping scurvy at bay and giving peasants something to chew besides their own misery. Time to channel your inner forager, you kombucha brewing hipster. You're trudging through a snowy grain field where corn salad's green rosettes are poking through the frost like tiny beacons of hope. Your job: gather enough for a meal, because your kids are eyeing the neighbor's chickens with a little too much interest. Bend down and yank a handful of leaves. They're soft, delicate like arugula, if it didn't cost $6 an ounce. No salad tongs here, just your frostbitten hands, because medieval life doesn't do convenience. Rinse them in a half-frozen stream that's probably not as clean as your Brita filter and eat them raw. Go ahead, pop a leaf in your mouth. It's smooth, nutty like a salad that didn't need a $15 price tag at Sweet Green. Now toss the rest into your soup for a hit of green that's keeping you alive, even if it tastes like at least it's not snow. Corn salad's downfall was its identity crisis. Modern agriculture ditched it for lettuce varieties that grow faster and look sexier under supermarket lights. In 2025, you're shelling out $8 for a bag of organic mixed greens that's mostly filler, while corn salad's out there growing wild, laughing at your grocery cart. You'd probably call it a nuisance and mow it down with your fancy robotic lawnmower, all while preaching eat seasonal on your foodie Instagram. Meanwhile, your ancestors were eating better than you, harvesting free greens when the world was a frozen hellscape. Last but not least, sea kale. The vegetable that's basically a superhero in flip-flops. This coastal green grows on beaches, cliffs and dunes, thriving in salty soil where nothing else dares. Its mild, sweet leaves were a medieval lifesaver, with vitamin C levels 6 times higher than lemons take that scurvy. Fishing villages loved it, harvesting young shoots in spring like asparagus and mature leaves like cabbage. For communities with no access to fresh produce, sea kale was the difference between healthy sailors and toothless wrecks. It's the kind of plant that shows up to the party with a surfboard and saves the day, no cape required. Get ready, you Peloton pumping yuppie, because you're about to become a beachcomber. You're on a windswept coast where sea kale's waxy leaves are clinging to the cliffs like they're auditioning for a nature documentary. Your task harvest enough to keep your crew from losing their teeth, because your last meal was a broth that tasted like defeat. Scramble down the rocks. Watch your step, because medieval healthcare is just a prayer and a questionable poultice. Snip some young shoots with your rusty knife. They're tender, juicy, like asparagus if it grew up on a beach. Now grab a few mature leaves, thick and green, perfect for boiling. Rinse them in the icy ocean and hope you don't catch hypothermia. Take a bite of a raw shoot. Go on. It's not seaweed, even if it looks like it. It's sweet, crisp with a hint of, you're not dying yet, relief. Boil the leaves in your sad little pot, and you've got a dish that's keeping scurvy at bay, all while you're dreaming of a taco that's nowhere in sight. Sea kale's disappearance is a crime against common sense. Modern agriculture ignored it because it's too wild, too salty, too not lettuce. It's late autumn now, and your so-called farm is a muddy graveyard of failed dreams, frost creeping in like a bad Yelp review. No pizza delivery, no overpriced grocery store. Produce just a barren patch and a hunger that's louder than a tailgate party at an SEC game. Today, we're wrapping up your medieval food odyssey with 3 of the weirdest players in the game, Medlar Woad and Turnip Greens. These oddballs were the final line of defense against starvation, and they're about to make your $20 smoothie bowl look like a participation trophy. Get ready, because this menu's going to test your limits and leave you questioning your entire foodie existence. Picture yourself shivering in a frost-bitten orchard, your cloak so tattered it's basically a suggestion, your breath fogging in air, colder than a Chicago winter. Your medieval neighbors, with their questionable hygiene and even worse life expectancy, are placing bets on whether you'll make it to Christmas or end up as wolf bait. You're a forager now, but your only experience with plants is overwatering a succulent you bought on Etsy. The good news, nature's throwing you a lifeline with 3 foods so strange they'd make Gordon Ramsay quit on the spot. Medlar woad and turnip greens are the misfits of the medieval pantry, each with a quirk that kept villages alive when the world was one frost away from game over. Let's dive in, because in this century, eating is your only shot at not becoming a cautionary tale. First up is medlar, the fruit that sounds like a medieval insult and tastes like a dare. This small, brown, apple-like oddity is the ultimate test of patience, with an open bottom showing its 5 seeds, like it's mooning you from the tree. Fresh off the branch, it's rock hard and so bitter, it'd make your kombucha taste like Kool-Aid. The trick: you've got to let it blet fancy talk for controlled rotting until it's soft, mushy, and brown, like a peach that lost a bar fight. Once bletted, it turns into a sweet cinnamon applesauce-like goo that medieval folks went nuts for, using it in tarts jellies and wines fancier than a Napa Valley tasting room. Ripening in late autumn, medlars were one of the last fresh fruits before winter, and after bletting, they stored for weeks, giving you a rare sweet treat when the world was darker than your Black Friday regrets. All right, you avocado toast influencer, time to play medieval orchard keeper. You're in a gnarled grove surrounded by medlar trees that look like they're judging your life choices. Your mission harvest enough to keep your sweet tooth from staging a coup, because your last dessert was a fantasy about cake that won't exist for centuries. Climb up careful. Those branches are as brittle as your patience, and pluck a few medlars. They're hard, ugly, and staring at you like they know your browser history. Don't eat them yet, unless you want your tongue to file for divorce. Instead, stash them in a damp corner of your hovel, next to the pile of straw you call a bed. Wait a few weeks, letting them blet until they're soft and smell like overripe regret. Now scoop out the gooey flesh with your grimy fingers. No spoons here, buddy. Take a bite. It's sweet, spiced like applesauce. If it had a PhD in survival, you're eating what medieval nobles served at feasts, all while you're dreaming of a donut that's nowhere in sight. Here's the punchline. Medlar got ditched because modern agriculture hates waiting. Next on the list is woad, the plant that's basically a medieval side hustle gone wild. Known for producing a blue dye so vibrant it made Vikings look like fashion icons, woad's leafy green tops were a sneaky edible secret, its young leaves harvested before they turned into a chemical stink bomb, have a mild peppery kick like mustard greens with a chip on their shoulder. Medieval farmers ate them in spring salads or boiled them in soups, squeezing every ounce of value from a plant that doubled as a dye factory. Growing woad was a smelly business, fermenting its leaves for dye reeked like a locker room after a double overtime. But those tender greens were a nutrient-packed bonus that kept peasants fed when the pantry was emptier than a movie theater on Oscar night. Time to get your hands dirty, you craft beer brewing hipster. You're in a village field, surrounded by woad plants that look like they're plotting a takeover, their broad leaves glinting in the frosty light. Your job harvest, enough young leaves for a meal, because your family's starting to eye the neighbor's donkey with unsettling enthusiasm. Snip the tenderest leaves, avoid the older ones, unless you want your soup to taste like a chemical spill. Use that rusty knife still crusty from your sea kale days and watch your nose, because even the young leaves have a whiff of eau de compost. Rinse them in a half-frozen stream that's probably not up to FDA standards and toss them into a pot of boiling water. No colander, just fish them out with your frostbitten fingers. Take a bite. It's crisp, peppery, like arugula, if it grew up in a dye vat. Now chop some for a salad mix with whatever scraps you've got, because gourmet here means not dead yet. You're eating what kept medieval villagers alive, all while you're fantasizing about a burger that's 7 centuries away. Wode's edible side got buried under its dye-making fame. By the time you're back in 2025, you're spending $12 on a superfood salad at Sweet Green, oblivious to the fact that Wode's leaves were packing more punch than your overpriced kale. You'd probably call it toxic and demand it be banned from your HOA-approved garden, all while preaching farm to table on your foodie blog. Meanwhile, your ancestors were multitasking like bosses eating Wode's greens and dyeing their clothes blue with zero waste. Last but not least, turnip greens, the unsung hero of the medieval plate. Everyone loves turnips for their roots, but the leafy tops were the real MVPs, with 4 times the calcium, 3 times the vitamin A, and twice the protein of the bulbs below. Medieval peasants were surgical about it, harvesting outer leaves throughout the season without killing the plant, like pruning a hedge with a PhD in nutrition. They boiled them like spinach, tossed them in stews, or ate them raw when times got tough, which was basically every Tuesday. Turnip greens were a famine fighter delivering vitamins when the world was bleaker than a Monday morning in January, keeping entire villages from crumbling under hunger's weight. Get ready, you Peloton-pumping yuppie, because you're about to become a leaf harvester. You're in a frosty turnip patch surrounded by plants that look like they're daring you to screw this up. Your task: gather enough greens to feed your crew who are currently debating whether to eat the neighbor's cat or just chew on their own despair. Use your grimy hands. No clippers here, because medieval life laughs at convenience and carefully pluck the outer leaves, leaving the plant alive for round 2. Rinse them in a stream that's colder than your ex's heart, and boil them in your sad little pot, which is starting to feel like your only friend. Take a bite. It's earthy, slightly bitter, like kale if it didn't cost $6 a bunch at Trader Joe's. Now chop some for a stew, mixing with whatever scraps you've scrounged. You've got a nutrient-packed meal that's keeping you upright, even if it tastes like at least it's not dirt. Hey, my incredible viewers, tonight we dive into the remarkable lives and unshakable resilience of medieval peasants, the unsung heroes who, against all odds, survived some of the coldest, most brutal nights in history. Their story is one of a kind. So before you settle in, take a moment to hit that like button and subscribe, but only if you genuinely vibe with what we're doing here. Drop a comment below. Tell me where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. It's always wild to see who's joining us from across the globe. Now dim the lights, maybe flip on a fan. For that soft background, hum, and let's slip into this journey together. Your first sensation isn't the warmth of a mother's embrace or the gentle hum of a lullaby. It's cold, bitter bone-deep cold that seeps through the cracked timber walls of a one-room hut and grips your fragile newborn body. You're born in the dead of winter, sometime in the early 1300s, in a forgotten village carved from England's endless forests. Nobody here tracks the year dates are for monks and kings, not peasants. Your first breath pulls in the scent of damp straw, burnt wood, stale sweat, and something sour like curdled milk, forgotten by the hearth. The midwife, an old woman, with hands like gnarled bark and a spine curved from decades of toil, grunts approval as you wail into the smoky air. She swaddles you in a scrap of linen worn thin from countless births and deaths. Your parents eye you with calculation, not tenderness. You're their 4th child, Another pair of hands for the fields, someday. Another mouth to feed right now. No cheers, no bells, no proud naming ceremony, just the fire's low crackle, your mother's weary shift, and the steady drip of melting frost from the thatched roof. Life begins not with a bang, but with a shiver and a cough. The hut you're born into is barely big enough for the 6 souls crammed inside. Its walls are wattle and daub, patched with mud and dung in a half-hearted fight against the elements. The roof leaks when it rains, rats skitter in the shadows at night, and a single fire pit in the center churns out smoke for cooking. Warmth for survival, and soot for lungs, already battered by damp winters. Privacy is a fantasy for dreamers. Your parents sleep on a rough straw mattress, your older siblings huddled beside them like puppies for warmth. In a few years, you'll join them if you make it that long. If the coughing sickness or a brutal winter doesn't claim you first. Your father's a villain, a serf bound to the land by debt and duty, owning neither his fields nor his freedom. Your mother's hands are calloused from churning butter, mending clothes, and hauling buckets heavier than a small child. Neither can read, neither will ever stray more than a few miles from this village. They measure life in harvests, feast, days, and deaths. From the moment you're born, you inherit their station. No matter how clever, strong, or cunning you become, you'll always belong to someone else. Your Lord owns your time, your labor, even your body, when it comes down to it. Escape isn't a dream. It's not even a thought, like wondering if you can sprout wings and fly. You don't question the sky. Outside, the village is a cluster of huts around a worn dirt track, a crumbling church, its stones slick with moss, stands where the priest preaches in Latin. Nobody understands. A communal oven bakes the village's sparse bread, and the manor house looms like a mountain, its banners snapping in the wind. A place you'll glimpse once or twice a year when your family pays dues in wheat chickens or bloodied coins. Seasons dictate your life before you can walk. Spring is muddy, backbreaking, planting. Summer's a frantic hope, praying for a harvest to last the year. Autumn is for sweating and storing. Winter is for suffering, praying you've stockpiled enough to survive. There's no calendar, only the rhythm of feast days. Christmas, Easter, All Saints' Day. Not celebrations, but markers of endurance. The priest rings the bell, and you trudge to Mass, kneeling on cold stone until your knees ache, hearing sermons about sin and salvation in words you can't grasp. All you know is hell's hot, heaven's cold and distant, and life's a test you're likely to fail. Illness lurks everywhere in the river, where you fetch water, the filthy straw, where you sleep, the breath of those crammed around you. Sickness takes the weak, first newborns too quiet to cry. The old who fall and don't rise, mothers worn out by too many winters and births. You survive your first winter through sheer stubbornness, or maybe your mother's mumbled prayers when she thinks no one's listening. When the snow melts and pale green shoots pierce the frost, you're still here, a squirming bundle of hunger and noise. Nobody records your name. Nobody beyond the village knows you exist. But you're alive, scraping, clinging, beginning your march through a world that doesn't care if you succeed or fail. Welcome to your life, peasant. No banners will fly for you. No songs will be sung. But the world grinds on, and you'll grind with it. Before you can form full sentences, the village drills 2 lessons into you: work and obedience. Lazy children don't exist here. By the time you toddle on unsteady feet, You're carrying firewood, shooing geese from gardens, mimicking the motions of sowing seeds. Play isn't a concept. There are no toys, no games for fun alone. Everything serves a purpose. Stacking stones is practice for hauling loads. Chasing chickens keeps them from trampling herbs. Your world stretches as far as your legs can carry you in an afternoon. The forest beyond the last hut feels endless, a place of whispered dangers, wolves, spirits outlaws. You're warned never to venture there alone, lest you vanish like old Jervis's boy, lost 2 winters ago. The village kids, your siblings, cousins, ragged friends are your tribe, a half-wild pack, roaming fields and mud tracks, learning survival skills. You don't know letters or numbers. You know the weight of an axe, the rhythm of sowing rocky soil, the art of stacking hay to avoid rot. Accidents are common and unforgiving. A misstep near the mill pond could drown you. A fall from the barn loft could snap your leg. There's no doctor, only the old woman with sour-smelling poultices and muttered prayers. A broken limb might heal, or it might ruin you for life. Either way, work continues. Meals are sparse, monotonous. Breakfast is a crust of yesterday's bread, hard as stone dipped in thin watery ale. Fresh water's too risky. Most drink weak ale boiled and safer. Dinner, if you're lucky, is pottage, a gruel of barley beans, onions, and whatever's unspoiled. Meat's a myth, maybe twice a year, when the Lord's hunts leave scraps, or a festival slaughters a pig. More often, you chew salted fish, tough as leather, making your jaw ache. You're hungry not from laziness, but because the earth is stingy, the weather cruel. A late frost, a flood, a poor harvest, any can tip the village into famine. Famine isn't just empty bellies. It's watching the elderly waste away, hearing babies cry as mother's milk dries, seeing fields scoured to mud while your stomach twists. Nobody talks about bad years. The memories are too raw. Instead, you pray every feast day, every Sunday, every time the church bells ring to the Virgin for mercy, Christ for deliverance, saints for one more season of enough rain, enough sun, enough grain. God isn't distant here. He's immediate, both protector and punisher. Villagers speak of him like the weather, capricious, unpredictable, terrifying. Life's a negotiation with nature, the Lord God himself. Complaining gets you nowhere. Crying gets you ignored. Working, bowing, enduring. These are your shields against a world with little kindness. Your body's small, but wiry, toughened by cold mornings and brutal afternoons. Tending goats, hauling firewood, picking field stones. Every muscle strains toward adulthood, because the sooner you're strong, the sooner you contribute fully. Yet death looms behind every day. A cough could turn to fever, a cut to infection, a fall to gangrene. There's no safety net, no healer with potions, just the old woman's willow bark teas and rough voice worn by too many funerals. By 7, your life shifts subtle but sharp as a blade. You're no longer a child in the village's eyes. You're a laborer. No ceremony, no special meal. One day, you're chasing hens. The next, you're handed a crude rake and expected to work fields from dawn to dusk. Your muscles ache. Fingers bleed. Skin burns under the sun. Nobody cares. Pain's no excuse. Hunger's no excuse. Childhood's no excuse. Tasks are endless. Dragging seed sacks behind your father's plow, ripping weeds from delicate crops, climbing rickety roofs to thatch, risking falls that could kill or cripple. You're a cog in survival's creaking machine, and machines don't rest. Summer's brutal sweat stinging your eyes, blisters bursting into raw skin. You work through it. Stopping means a cuff on the ear, or the village's silent scorn. Winter shifts the work, chopping firewood until your fingers numb, digging ditches through frozen earth with crude tools. The cold gnaws your bones, leaving you shaking. School's a fantasy. A few boys from wealthier families might learn letters from the priest, but you'll die illiterate. Your education is the field's brutal wisdom plant. Wheat too late and it rots. Watch clouds to smell rain. Twist hemp into rope. Stack firewood to dry fast. Snap a rabbit's neck cleanly if you snare one. You learn endurance, not questions. Life hums in cycles. Marriages, births, deaths, crops planted and harvested lords, collecting taxes, priests gathering sins. Time carves its toll. A boy you raced now limps from a bad break. A girl you splashed with mud carries a baby, her face hollowed by hunger. Seasons mark your skin. Sunburns, peel, calluses, thicken scars, bloom from scythe slips. By 10, you're tougher, if not taller. Days are no easier, but they're familiar. Pains, ordinary, fatigues constant. Every morning's a test, every night. A grim victory. You lived another day. Festivals are rare bright spots. May Day brings wild dancing and green garlands, though the feast is meager. Midsummer's Eve offers bonfires, music, whispered promises, and shadows. Harvest festivals are sacred when granaries brim and hunger retreats briefly. The village breathes easier. Songs rise, and for a few hours, you forget the season's grind. But the priest stands stern at the crowd's edge, reminding you, joy's fleeting, sins eternal. Church bells toll every Sunday, summoning you to confession. Penance prayer. You kneel until your knees throb, head bowed from exhaustion. Not reverence, the priest's sermons on hellfire sear into you. You're a sinner, born and doomed, saved only by obedience. The Virgin Mary's your favorite saint, softer than the bloodied Christ above the altar. You pray to her at night, especially when your mother coughs, or the wind howls like it'll tear the sky. Saints are local heroes. St. Cuthbert for healing, St. George for courage, St. Sebastian for plague protection. You leave wildflowers at their shrines, whispering for mercy. You can't read the Bible, can't parse doctrine. The priest's word is God's second only to the Lord's. Confession's mandatory, your heart pounding as you whisper sins, stealing a crust, skipping a prayer, cursing the reeve. Penance follows, fasting prayers, maybe a pilgrimage. You obey not from love, but fear. Hell's not abstract. It's a daily terror, fiery, an eternal one misstep away. By your teens, a heavier truth sinks in. You're not free. Freedom's as alien as heaven. You're a villain tied to the Lord's land, like oxen to a plow. Leaving makes you a fugitive, tracked, beaten, dragged back. The fields you break your back for aren't yours. Half your crops, livestock, eggs, apples, go to the Lord, corvée labor building. Roads repairing bridges, working his fields, steals days from your own crops. Taxes are endless. Grain hearth, marriage, even death. When your family surrenders your best cow, the injustice burns, but you swallow it. Anger's a luxury. A careless word could land you flogged, or in the stocks pelted with mud by jeering kids. Yet there's pride in your calloused hands, straight furrows, fattened chickens, barley sacks hauled to market, despite endless obstacles. You take pride in the patched roof, the tunic your mother mended until it's more thread than cloth. These are small to a lord, but mountains to you. Marriage looms now. If you're a boy, your father. And the revi matches not for love, but economics, merging plots, sharing labor. If a girl, your worths and dowry, chickens a goat, a barley patch. The midwives sized up your hips and teeth like a broodmare. No proposals, no poetry, just handshakes ale and traded cows. Unmarried by 20 men or 16 women, and whispers of deviance grow. Better to wed and share survival's burden. Weddings are simple. A mass coins to the priest, a meal of bread and ale, maybe a meat pie if the harvest's kind. Life continues only harder. 2 to feed soon. 3, 4. Children come fast each, a blessing and a gamble. Many don't survive. Births are agonizing often, without a midwife. Just blood screams, and a priest for a dying infant's baptism. You love your children fiercely, but learn not to cling. Attachment's a risk in a world where death hovers like smoke. You rise daily, bending to fields. Hope and disappointment. Dreams of riches fade. You dream of enough food to fill your kids' bellies. Wood for January, health for spring, strength to die working, a priest's final words to save your soul. Travel's rare. You'll die within sight of the same trees. Fields, river roads, to other towns might as well lead to the moon. Bandits, wolves, cheats lurk. You've no coin to spare. Merchants' stalls dazzle with ribbons. Tin, spoons, mirrors forever out of reach. You barter eggs for cloth carrots, for a nail. Coins feel mythical. A lord's hunting party rides through yearly hooves, clattering armor, gleaming. You bow low, eyes down, as they pass their silk and steel, a world apart. You wonder what it's like to ride wrapped in furs, sword at hip, the world kneeling. The thought's dangerous breeding discontent. Tales of rebellious serfs dragged back, lash displayed in stocks, teach patience as survival, not virtue. The Lord's reeve, steward bailiffs patrol, collecting dues, sniffing for dissent. You glance over your shoulder before cursing over ale. The church offers hope and terror. Its stone walls loom over mud huts, its bell tolling for prayers, births, deaths. Inside, its cold candles flickering against gloom. The priest's Latin sermons on sin are clear in tone. You're doomed unless you confess. Obey the virgin statue feels kind. You pray for your father's joints, your mother's cough wheat to grow wolves to stay away. Saints' shrines, brim with flowers, candles, carvings, confessions, a heart-pounding ritual, stealing bread, hating the reeve, followed by fasting prayers, fear of hell's fire. By your 20s, scars map your hands, your back, aches, knees, creak. You're middle-aged by modern standards, barefoot, much of the year to save leather for winter. Marriage binds you to the land. Your father worked, paying rent in wheat, labor loyalty. If a woman you weave, cook 10 gardens, bear children, each birth a gamble. Kids come fast, surviving the deadly, first year to become laborers, learning to weed, fetch water, endure. You teach them without tenderness. Every hour matters. Every mouth earns its keep. Winter shrinks the world to the hearth. Days are short nights, endless. Winds scream like ghosts. The village huddles for shared humanity. Food dwindles. Rats gnaw sacks. You ration everything, eating less than full. Pottage, peas, oats. Cabbage simmers daily. Meat's a memory. Sickness thrives in damp, cramped huts. Fevers, coughs, death rattles. Neighbors vanish their chimneys. Cold, bells toll for births, deaths, prayers begging God's mercy. Confession grows desperate. Nobody wants a stained soul at death. Yet small joys persist. Warm bread from the communal oven, a rabbit stew, silencing hunger, a healthy calf's birth, a clear day when the sun lingers. These are your wealth, hoarded against darkness. Life's a gamble against weather disease, warlord's whims. You wake daily, betting you'll survive. Some years are kind, some cruel, but you endure. Spring's a muddy frenzy, plowing planting timing seeds to avoid frost. You sow barley, rye oats, staples for bread ale, survival. Wheat's trickier saved for sunny plots. Every seed's a gamble, every furrow a prayer. Summer's heat and bugs swarm. You weed water, mend tools, repair walls. Leisure's stolen a gulp of water under a tree, a neighbor's quick chat. Harvest is a hurricane. Sickles flash. Grain piles carted threshed, stored before rains, ruin it. The Lord's share goes first. Best wheat fattest sheaves, leaving scraps for you. You work to collapse, knowing this must last winter. Harvest festivals bring music, dancing bread pies ale. For hours, you're not a laborer. Your community tradition enduring. But dawn's brutal head, pounding blisters, from dancing barefoot, you return to fields, defiance burning. No tax famine or lord can steal your survival. Autumn's golden light fades to winter's chill. You store crops, salt meat, pray stores, hold snow, fall's roads, vanish winds, howl, you huddle by the hearth, rationing grain, cheese meat, hunger gnaws, kids' faces thin. You tell tales of saints, heroes to lift spirits, knowing darkness looms. Christmas passes without feast, just grinding survival. The priest's sermons echo, but cold and hunger drown them. You cling to laughter. Fire's warmth, a full belly's memory. Winter's solstice is the longest night, a cruel contrast to nobles' feasts. You hunch by embers. Kids close, dreaming of spring, abundance, freedom. Survival's about endurance. Now not hope. Disease creeps fevers. Sores, death rattles. You mark sick. Huts pray harder. Offer saints what little you have. War's shadow lingers. Soldiers take grain. Oxen men leaving fields. Overgrown families, broken armies. Burn homes. Steal daughters. Leave disease. You're an ant, crushed under boots. Yet life persists. Babies are born. Fields. Planted songs sung. Women spin wool. Men mend fences. Kids chase each other laughing. You hold ritual's blessed bread. A cross above the hearth. Stories of clever peasants tricking lords. Belief like work is survival. Small joys. A loaf. A rabbit. A newborn's cry. Are necessities keeping you from collapse. Victory isn't escaping death. It's living fully before it comes. By your 30s, you notice the village, thinning, empty huts, wild fields, more graves. Fewer mouths mean more land. Grain meat, a flicker of hope. But hope's dangerous taxes rise for the Lord's wars. Peasants murmur of fairness, rights. Amens at church grow faint. It's no revolution, but a seed. Centuries later, revolts will roar. For now, you wonder why you toil while lords laugh, why God favors the rich, why a stolen chicken means flogging. The questions fester, but you work, pray, hope, because what else is there? You endure a spark refusing to die, the spark that built huts from mud, that might build something greater. You rise at dawn, plow walk your ancestors' path, because it's all you know. The land demands everything, gives little, but it's your anchor. Spring's fury returns, hacking frozen earth. Planting with precision, summer's heat blisters. You weed water, chase crows. Autumn's harvest races against frost. Winter's suffering tests all you endure. Hope survive. When spring's buds break, Your heart surges. You've survived. Scarred, hardened but alive. You'll plant harvest. Pray. Repeat. The cycle's cruel, but it's yours. Your kids, wiry and calloused, inherit it. Their eyes dimming with survival's weight. You teach them to endure, knowing they'll face the same field's taxes lords. But in quiet moments, by the hearth's glow, you dream not of castles, but of full bellies. Warm winters, a lord who sees you as human. Foolish dreams, but they fuel you. You're a peasant bound to the land, but alive, stubborn, enduring. The world grinds on, and you grind with it, because that's enough. You wake up face down in a muddy alley. Your AirPods long gone, replaced by the stench of rotting cabbage and something you hope isn't human. Your designer jeans have been swapped for a tunic that's basically a burlap sack, with delusions of grandeur itching like a bad Tinder date. Welcome to 1349, where the Black Death is trending harder than a Taylor Swift album drop, and society's stacked in a pyramid so rigid it makes your corporate org chart look like a free-for-all. You're in a medieval town, buzzing with people who've never heard of deodorant, and your first task is to figure out where you fit in this feudal food chain, because that decides whether you're sleeping in a castle or a ditch tonight. Spoiler alert, you're not winning the medieval lottery, and the rats are already placing bets on how long you'll last. This town's a living flowchart with royalty and nobles at the top, sipping mead in stone palaces, while deciding who to tax or behead. Below them, merchants and craftsmen hustle like they're on a medieval Shark Tank, selling wool or carving chairs that'll outlast your iPhone. At the bottom where you've landed are the peasants, 90% of the population, who toil from dawn to dusk, growing barley and praying they don't starve before spring. Your stomach's growling louder than a Super Bowl halftime show. But food's not your biggest worry yet. You need a roof over your head. And in this pyramid, your social status is your real estate agent. Time to navigate the medieval rat race, because sleeping outside means becoming a buffet for fleas and bandits, and not the kind you'd post on Instagram. All right, you Peloton pumping, avocado toast munching city slicker. Let's play medieval social roulette. You stumble out of the alley into the town square, where the air's thick with the smell of unwashed bodies and fresh bread. You can't afford. A noble rides by on a horse shinier than your Tesla, his velvet cloak, screaming, "I'm untouchable," while you're dodging horse dung like it's a landmine. You're a peasant? Big surprise. Your day starts with a trek to the lord's estate, hauling a sack of turnips as tax, because feudalism's basically Venmoing your entire harvest to someone who doesn't say thanks. The sack's heavier than your student loan debt, and your back's screaming louder than a Reddit thread about rent prices. You pass merchants hawking cloth, like they're at a Black Friday sale. Their stalls draped in colors brighter than your entire wardrobe. Craftsmen hammer away, turning oak into tables with skills you couldn't match with a YouTube tutorial and a power drill. You're starving, but your wage is a handful of moldy barley and a pat on the back that feels more like a shove. Want to climb the ladder? Dream on, buddy. Social mobility here is rarer than a peasant with a dental plan. The nobles up top were born, winning, inheriting land and power, like it's a trust fund from God. The middle class, with their guild badges and second pair of shoes, worked their way to slightly less miserable through years of apprenticeships. You're stuck, unless you join the church. But that means trading your Netflix binges for Latin chants and a vow of celibacy. Good luck pitching that to your 10K TikTok followers. You shuffle to the market, hoping to barter your barley for a corner to sleep in. But the merchants look at you like you're a clearance rack nobody wants. A guild master, all puffed up like he's the medieval Elon Musk, tells you to come back in 7 years after you've learned to blacksmith without burning your eyebrows off. Your only shot at a bed is finding a peasant family willing to share their straw pile, but that means splitting your barley with them, and you're already eyeing it like it's a gourmet meal. The town's a circus of roles, and you're the underpaid clown. Nobles strut around settling disputes, like Judge Judy with a sword, while the church looms promising salvation. If you can read Latin, which you can't, because your education peaked at memes. Peasants like, you are the backbone growing food for everyone, while keeping just enough to not die. You're hauling crops, dodging tax collectors, and praying the Lord doesn't notice you exist, because protection here feels like a mafia shakedown. The church offers charity, but only when they're not busy building cathedrals fancier than a Vegas casino. You're surrounded by people, but it's lonelier than a Zoom happy hour because everyone's too busy surviving to care about your feelings. You find a peasant hovel to crash in a damp corner with more rats than roommates and curl up on straw that smells like a petting zoo gone rogue. Sleep's a luxury when you're wondering if the plague's knocking. Let's talk real for a second. You kombucha brewing, co-working space hipster. In 2025, you're whining about hustle culture while sipping a $9 oat milk latte. But your ancestors were hustling just to breathe, locked in a feudal deal. That's basically work for me, or I'll let you starve. You'd call it exploitation and start a Twitter thread with 12 retweets. But here, it's just Tuesday. You're out here chasing financial freedom with crypto scams and side gigs, while medieval peasants kept society spinning with nothing but mud muscle and a prayer. The pyramid's brutal, but it's why those houses stood. Nobles built stone fortresses to flex their power merchants, crafted timber homes to show off their hustle, and peasants slapped together shacks because it's all they had. You're at the bottom, where housing means a roof that leaks and walls that might collapse if the wind sneezes. You're dreaming of your Tempur-Pedic mattress, but the straw is poking you like it's got a personal vendetta. The noble's castle glitters in the distance, a reminder you're not invited to the party. You're stuck with the peasants who work, pay and die all while keeping the pyramid upright. You'd love to rage quit, but there's no exit button, and the Lord's guards aren't big on complaints. So you hunker down, chewing your barley, like it's a Michelin star dish, and pray for a miracle, or at least a bath. This is your life now, time traveler. You're not just a peasant. You're the glue, holding this messed up system together, growing food for the nobles who barely know you exist. The market's closing, and the cathedral bells are ringing a reminder that the church is watching your every move. You've got a corner to sleep in, but it's less cozy and more survival chic. The rats are bolder than a Reddit troll, and the cold's creeping in like a bad roommate who doesn't pay rent. You're starting to get it. This pyramid isn't just a social order. It's a cage, and you're locked in with no key. Back in 2025, you're stressing about HOA fees and work-life balance, but here, balance means not dying before dinner. Your ancestors didn't just survive this. They built houses that lasted centuries, all while you're struggling to last a day. Who's really got the better deal? Chew on that, you spoiled pioneer. Because tomorrow's another grind, and you're not back in your air-conditioned condo yet. Fando. Thanfo hon lon. Tim ha trong me kung hoi ham. You're still a peasant, waking up on a pile of straw that smells like a barnyard crime scene. Your body aching from yesterday's tax-hauling marathon. The medieval town around you is buzzing a chaotic hive of sweat, shouting and questionable hygiene that makes your last music festival look like a Zen retreat. You've got no home, no gold, and a stomach growling louder than a Super Bowl tailgate party. Yesterday's barley is gone, and your corner in that rat-infested hovel isn't a long-term lease. You need a real place to crash. But this town's no Zillow paradise. It's a circular labyrinth of filth and power, with a cathedral towering like a Gothic middle finger, and a castle that screams, "Stay in your lane." The rich live near the center, where the air's almost breathable, while peasants like you are shoved to the smelly outer walls. Time to navigate this urban jungle, because if you don't find shelter before the city gates slam shut at sunset, you'll be sleeping with the wolves and not the sexy twilight kind. This medieval city is a layer cake of status, except the frosting's made of mud and mistrust. At the core, the cathedral and castle hog, the spotlight surrounded by merchants' timber-framed houses that lean like they're gossiping about your poverty. Further out the streets get narrower, the smells get worse, and the shacks get flimsier, crammed against 30-foot stone walls that keep out armies but trap in the stench. The streets twist like a drunk cartographer's fever. Dream paved with dung and dreams of escape. Markets pop up like pop-up ads. Pigs roam like they own the place, and apprentices hammer away outside workshops, their noise drowning out your thoughts. You're a peasant, so your housing options are closer to cardboard box than cozy cottage, but you've got to try, because another night with those rats is a hard pass. All right, you DoorDash dependent Starbucks queuing city slicker, let's play medieval house hunter. You stumble out of the hovel, your tunic itching, like it's woven from regret, and dive into the town's maze. The streets are so narrow, you're shoulder to shoulder with strangers who haven't bathed since the last king's coronation. You dodge a pile of cow dung fresh, like it's mocking your life choices, and nearly trip over a pig that's got more swagger than you. Your goal: find a place to live, but the city's gates close at sunset, and if you're locked out, you'll face guards, grumpier than a DMV clerk on a Monday. You head toward the middle-class district where timber-framed houses tower like they're flexing their oak beams. The air's better here, scented with bread from Baker Street, but one look at the rent. 2 years' wages sends you running faster than you did from that Black Friday sale stampede. You pivot to the outer slums, where the stench of Tanner Street hits like a chemical weapon, making your eyes water harder than a Reddit thread about student loans. The shacks here are so packed, you can high-five your neighbor through the window. Plague season be damned. You spot a for rent sign. Well, a stick with some scratches and barter your last handful of barley for a corner in a shack that's more splinters than walls. The landlord, a toothless peasant with a glare sharper than your chef's knife, warns you to keep up with rent or face the Lord's dungeon. You're dreaming of your 2025 studio apartment with its overpriced exposed brick vibes. But this place makes your college dorm look like the Ritz. The floor's dirt, the roof's straw, and the neighbors are louder than a Coachella after-party. You're home, sort of, but it feels like signing a lease with Satan. The city's a circus, and you're the underpaid juggler. You weave through the market, where vendors hawk fish so old it could star in a history documentary. A town crier yells about the king's breakfast, drowning out the blacksmith's hammer that's rattling your skull. You need water, but the nearest well's a social hub, where gossip flows faster than the trickle from its rusty spout. You overhear whispers about the Lord's latest tax hike, and your heart sinks. You're already giving half your barley to keep this shack. The river nearby is a blessing for washing your one tunic, but it's also where someone upstream's dumping something that smells like a war crime. You're surrounded by chaos, apprentices shouting pigs, snorting, and lawyers arguing like they're on a medieval court TV. The streets weren't planned. They just happen like your impulse Amazon buys twisting into knots that make your GPS look like a toddler's toy. You try scoping out better options, but the middle-class district's a pipe dream. Those timber-framed houses with their jetted floors and parchment windows are for guild masters who've spent years not burning their eyebrows off. You're a peasant, so your prime real estate is a shack by the walls, where the air's thick with despair and the constant threat of an enemy siege. The city gates guarded like a TSA checkpoint remind you you're trapped in this urban hellscape. You'd love to file a complaint with the city planner, but there isn't one. This town grew like a bad haircut, organic and awful. You're starting to get it. This city isn't just a place. It's a trap designed to keep you scrambling while the rich sip mead in their cathedral view mansions. Let's get real. You kombucha brewing co-working space hipster. You'd call this city uninhabitable and start a Yelp review rant. But medieval folks made it work, living, trading, and surviving in a labyrinth that smells like a landfill. You're chasing walkable cities with your urbanist TED Talk dreams, but this town's the ultimate pedestrian flex. Every street's a market, every corner's a job, and every step's a gamble. Hilarious, right? You think you're mastering city life, but you're just a peasant with a subway pass, moaning about traffic while your ancestors dodged dung and death. The cathedral bells ring a reminder that the church is watching, probably judging your lack of Latin. You're settled in your shack, but settled is generous. It's a splintery box with a roof that leaks like a bad Tinder date's excuses. The walls are so thin, you hear your neighbor's every snore. And the rats are bolder than a Twitter troll with a burner account. You're starting to see the pyramid in action. The rich live in oak-framed comfort, the middle-class hustle in their smoky shops, and you're here scraping by in a slum that's one storm away from collapse. You'd kill for a hot shower, but the nearest bath is a river that's more sewage than spa. The city's alive, pulsing with trade and trouble. But it's no place for dreams, unless your dream is not dying before dinner. You're not done yet, time traveler. You've got a shack, but it's no home. It's a temporary fix, like duct taping your life together. The market's closing, and the gates are creaking shut, locking you in this chaotic maze. You're a peasant stuck in a city that doesn't care if you live or die. And your only hope is finding a way to build something better. The middle-class district glitters in the distance with its timber-framed houses and promises of warmth. But how the hell do you get there? Grab your rusty knife and a shred of hope, because tomorrow you're diving into the world of medieval construction, where home improvement means mud, sweat, and a whole lot of animal poop. Keep moving, you scrappy survivor, because the city's not done testing you. You're done with the slum shack, its leaky straw roof, and rat roommates that treated your barley like an all-you-can-eat buffet. By some miracle, maybe you bartered a half-decent turnip, or impressed a guild master with your ability to not faint from hunger. You've landed a shot at a better life. A master carpenter's taken you on as an apprentice, promising a timber-framed house in the middle-class district if you can survive his training. These homes are the medieval equivalent of a suburban McMansion, built with massive oak beams and walls of wattle and daub, a fancy term for mud sticks and sheep poop. They cost 2 years' wages, house shops on the ground floor, and come with a smoky hearth that's both your kitchen and your furnace. But building one, that's a group project from hell. And you're the intern who forgot the coffee. The middle class district is a step up from the outer slums, with streets that smell more like fresh bread than Tanner's vats. The houses lean over you, their jetted upper floors sticking out like they're trying to eavesdrop on your misery. You're not just building a house, you're crafting a legacy that'll stand for centuries, assuming you don't screw it up. The carpenter, a grizzled guy with hands like sandpaper and a glare sharper than a Game of Thrones. Plot twist barks orders like he's directing a siege. Your job help construct a timber-framed masterpiece from chopping ancient oaks to slathering dung on walls. Forget your Pinterest. DIY dreams. This is medieval construction, where every mistake costs blood, sweat, or your last shred of dignity. All right. You craft cocktail-sipping yoga retreat. Regular time to play medieval builder. You're in a forest clearing, surrounded by 60-year-old oak trees that look like they've seen more wars than your history textbook. Grab an axe, heavier than your gym dumbbells, and duller than a corporate retreat, and start chopping. Each swing feels like a personal attack. Your arms screaming louder than a sold-out Beyoncé concert. The master carpenter's watching, muttering about your soft city hands as you hack away splinters flying like medieval confetti. Once the tree's down, you're not done. Drag it to the worksite a mile away, with a cart that creaks like it's auditioning for a horror flick. Your back's begging for mercy, but mercy's on vacation, and the carpenter's yelling about deadlines like he's your boss at a startup crunch. Back at the site, you're shaping beams with a chisel so old it probably carved Noah's Ark. The oak's tougher than your last performance review, and every cut's a battle. The master shows you how to craft joints, dovetails and mortises that fit like a medieval Lego, set no nails needed. You're in awe, but then he hands you a saw and points to a pile of logs. You're a sawyer, now paired with a guy who smells like ale, and regret working a two-man saw that showers you in sawdust like you're in a gritty snow globe. The carpenter's numbering system scratches on each beam, keeps things organized like medieval IKEA instructions, but one wrong cut and you're sleeping in the slum again. You're dreaming of your cordless drill, but here, it's just you, a rusty blade, and a prayer that you don't lose a finger. Now comes the fun part, wattle and daub. You're knee-deep in a pit mixing clay straw and sheep dung with your bare hands, the squishy mess feeling like a spa treatment gone rogue. The smell's so bad it could wake a coma patient, and your hands look like they've been through a mud wrestling match with a barnyard. You weave sticks into a lattice, then slather on the daub, creating walls that are somehow both flimsy and eternal. The master carpenter's yelling about even layers, but you're just trying not to gag. The other workers, sawyers, laborers, and a guy who's way too cheerful about hauling stones, are raising the frame ropes and pulleys, groaning like they're as tired as you. The whole neighborhood shows up half drunk on ale to help lift the beams, turning it into a medieval barn-raising party, where the only prize is not getting crushed. Months later, the house is up, a timber-framed beauty that leans slightly, like it's winking at its own durability. You move in, but cozy is a stretch. The ground floor is a shop where you're supposed to sell something. Maybe turnips, if you can figure out how to not eat them first. The hearth's your only heat-belching smoke that makes your eyes water harder than a rom-com finale. The upper floor's one big room, divided by tapestries that offer less privacy than a glass-walled office. You're sharing it with the carpenter's family, his apprentices, and a stray dog that's got more claim to the straw bed than you. The bed's a raised platform stuffed with straw that's changed yearly if you're fancy, which you're not. You sleep sitting up because lying flat's supposedly a death wish, or maybe it's just to avoid choking on smoke. The parchment windows let in a dim glow, but also drafts colder than a Minnesota January. Living here's no picnic. The smoke's so thick, your clothes smell like a campfire gone wrong, and the hearth's your kitchen heater and social hub all in one. You're boiling barley in a pot that's worth more than your life stirring with a stick, because spoons are for rich folks. Storage is crammed into every corner. Cupboards hold your one spare tunic, and a chest doubles as a chair, because furniture's scarcer than a good bumble match. The jetted floors give you extra space, but walking downstairs feels like navigating a funhouse where the walls are closing in. You're dreaming of your 2025 smart thermostat, but here climate control means huddling closer to the fire and hoping you don't catch pneumonia. Let's get real. You matcha latte ordering minimalist apartment dweller. You're dropping $500K on a charming fixer-upper with shiplap walls. But this timber-framed house is a medieval flex built to last centuries with nothing but oak mud and sheer stubbornness. You'd call wattle and daub a health hazard and demand a contractor's license, but your ancestors were out here crafting eco-homes with literal poop. You're chasing sustainable architecture with overpriced bamboo flooring. But medieval merchants were living it, building houses that doubled as shops' homes and fortresses. You're stressing about mortgage rates and HOA rules while they were dodging taxes by jutting their floors out like architectural rebels. Hilarious, isn't it? You think you're a homeownership guru, but you're just a peasant with a real estate agent whining about square footage while your ancestors built legacies with their bare hands. The house creaks at night, the green wood settling, like it's whispering ghost stories. But it's stronger than your overpriced condo's drywall. You're finally out of the slum, but middle class here means working nonstop to keep this place running. The shop's open, and you're bartering turnips for a scrap of cloth, hoping to impress the guild enough to keep your apprenticeship. The carpenter's already talking about your next job, helping maintain a noble's mansion, a stone behemoth that makes your new home look like a shed. You're exhausted. Your hands blistered your tunic, a smoky mess. But there's no rest in this town. The cathedral bells toll, signaling another day of grind, and you're wondering if you'll ever get a break. Grab your chisel and a flicker of hope, because tomorrow you're stepping into the world of the rich, where home means castles, chimneys, and a whole lot of ego. Keep slogging, you gritty survivor, because the city's got bigger challenges waiting. You've survived the timber-framed house, its smoky hearth and straw bed now a distant luxury compared to the slum shack you started in. Your carpentry skills barely passable, but enough to avoid the master's wrath have caught the eye of a noble, or rather his steward, who's less impressed by your chisel work and more desperate for cheap labor. You're being dragged to the Lord's mansion, a stone behemoth with towers scraping the clouds and walls thicker than your entire middle-class district. This isn't just a house, it's a fortress built to scream. I'm untouchable while surviving wars, sieges, and the occasional peasant uprising. It costs more than a craftsman's lifetime earnings with glass windows, pricier than a private jet, and chimneys that actually suck smoke out of medieval tech flex. But working here, it's a gauntlet of grunt work. And you're the grunt, not the guest. The noble's estate looms outside the town, surrounded by fields you've been tilling since dawn. Its 80-foot towers cast shadows that feel like they're judging your existence, and the stone walls carved to fit like a billionaire's custom suit make your wattle and daub walls look like a child's forty. Inside, it's a maze of opulence and paranoia. Tapestries block, drafts, silver plates gleam like they're mocking your empty stomach, and cellars store enough grain to feed an army, which this place might actually need. You're not here to live the high life. You're here to keep this monstrosity running. Hauling stones, scrubbing chimneys, and dodging the noble's temper, which is shorter than a fuse on a firecracker. All right, you artisanal cheese board curating, hot yoga enthusiast, time to play medieval servant. You're at the quarry, a half-mile trek from the mansion, where the air's thick with dust and the ground's littered with rocks heavier than your student loan balance. Grab a sledgehammer, twice the weight of your gym kettlebell, and start breaking stones. Each swing's a full-body assault, your muscles screaming louder than a packed NFL stadium. The steward, a weaselly guy with a ledger and a sneer, barks orders like he's channeling a drill sergeant. You're shaping stones to fit so tightly a mouse couldn't sneak through, because sloppy work means a one-way ticket to the dungeon. And dungeon here isn't a quirky Airbnb theme. Your hands blister faster than you can say workers' comp, but comp's a fantasy, and the noble's impatience is as real as the rocks bruising your shins. Back at the mansion, you're on scaffold duty, climbing rickety wooden planks that wobble like a bad startup stock price. Your job help lay massive oak beams for a new tower roof, sourced from trees, so old they probably shaded Roman legions. The beams weigh more than your entire IKEA furniture collection, and you're hauling them with ropes that burn your palms like a bad breakup. The master mason, a guy with a beard thicker than a hipster's, shows you how to pour lead between stones, sealing joints tighter than a vault. You're sweating buckets, but one slip means a 50-foot drop, and medieval healthcare is just a priest muttering prayers over your broken bones. You're dreaming of your cordless leaf blower. But here, it's just you, a pulley, and a crew of laborers who smell like they've been marinating in ale. Inside, you're scrubbing a chimney, crawling through a sooty tunnel that makes your lungs feel like they're auditioning for a coal mine documentary. The chimney's a game changer, sucking smoke out, instead of turning the hall into a barbecue pit. But cleaning, it's like diving into a volcano's armpit. You emerge coughing, covered in ash, looking like you lost a fight with a smokestack. The noble's hall is a sight glass. Windows sparkle like they're flexing their price tag, each pane worth more than your life. Tapestries line the walls, woven with scenes of knights and unicorns, keeping drafts at bay while you're shivering in your threadbare tunic. The dining table groans under silver plates, but your meal is a crust of bread. The cook tossed you like you're a stray dog. You're surrounded by wealth, but it's as accessible as a front row seat at the Oscars. Living here's no fairy tale. You sleep in the servants' quarters, a damp cellar with straw mats shared by 30 others, including a guy who snores like he's sawing logs in his dreams. The noble's family glides through the halls, their velvet robes swishing like they're on a red carpet, while you're dodging their glares and mopping floors that haven't been cleaned since the Crusades. The cellars are a fortress of food security stuffed with grain wine and salted meat. But you're not invited to the feast. Your job's endless polishing armor, hauling firewood, fixing leaks in walls so thick they could stop a cannon. The windows have seats where ladies embroider and spy for invaders, but you're too busy scrubbing to enjoy the view. You're dreaming of your 2025 espresso machine. But here, luxury means not freezing to death while you work. Let's cut the crap. You overpriced candle-collecting rooftop bar regular. You're dropping $6,000 a month on a penthouse with a view of a parking lot. But this noble's mansion is the ultimate flex, a stone palace that laughs at wars and weather built to outlast your entire family tree. You'd call it impractical and whine about the lack of Wi-Fi. But your ancestors were crafting fortresses that doubled as homes offices and war rooms. You're chasing smart home gadgets with your Alexa-controlled lights. But medieval nobles had chimneys and cellars that kept them alive through sieges. You're stressing about car payments and 401 KS while they were dodging arrows and still throwing feasts. Hilarious, isn't it? The mansion's a machine, and you're a cog working till your bones ache and your tunic's more soot than cloth. The noble steward's already hinting at your next gig back to the peasant grind, where home means a shack that's one gust away from rubble. You're exhausted, your hands raw, your stomach gnawing on that stale crust. The cathedral bells toll signaling another day of servitude, and you're wondering if you'll ever catch a break. But there's no rest in this world, and the town's buzzing with rumors of a new job helping rebuild a peasant's cruck house, a flimsy pile of sticks that makes your timber-framed home look like a palace. Grab your hammer and a sliver of grit, because tomorrow you're diving back into the mud where home means survival, not comfort. Keep pushing you, battered survivor, because the medieval grind's got one last test for you. You're back in the peasant grind, your hands still raw from scrubbing the noble's sooty chimneys, and your ego bruised from dodging his steward's sneers. The timber-framed house was a fleeting dream, and the noble's fortress was a gilded cage you were never invited to enjoy. Now you're back where you started, the bottom of the feudal heap, where home means a cruck house, a flimsy A-frame of crooked sticks and mud that makes your old slum shack look like a penthouse. These shacks are thrown together in 2 weeks, using whatever the Lord's forest hasn't claimed, with wattle and daub walls and a grassy roof that's more lawn than shelter. They last 20 years tops before collapsing into compost, but they're your only shot at staying dry in a world that's wetter than a monsoon and crueler than a reality TV elimination. You're not building for posterity. You're building to survive another day. The village outskirts where you're headed are a far cry from the noble's estate. The fields are muddy. The air smells of livestock and defeat, and the nearest neighbor's a half-mile away, probably plotting to steal your last turnip. Your new home is a patch of dirt next to a ditch with a pile of saplings and a lord's grudging permission to build. The cruck house is the medieval equivalent of a pop-up tent, cheap, quick, and biodegradable, with an earth floor that's more swamp than foundation, and a hearth that's more smoke than heat. You're no carpenter now. You're a scavenger, piecing together a shelter with the enthusiasm of someone who knows it's all temporary, like a bad internship. You just have to endure. All right, you microbrew sampling farmers market groupie, time to play medieval squatter. You're in a scrubby forest, the Lord's leftovers, where the trees are as scrawny as your hopes. Grab an axe dull as a bureaucracy memo and heavy as your credit card debt and start chopping saplings. Each swing's a grudge match, your arms trembling, like they're auditioning for a CrossFit fail video. The Lord's forester, a guy with a squint and a temper hotter than a jalapeno, watches to ensure you don't touch his good trees, because those are for the noble's banquet hall. You're stuck with warped, knotty sticks that look like they failed tree school, but you drag them to your plot anyway. Your boots sinking into mud, stickier than overcooked oatmeal. The cart's wheels squeak like they're screaming for retirement, and you're cursing every step, wishing for a pickup truck that's 7 centuries away. At the site, you're building an A-frame, two curved timbers leaning together like a drunk couple at a barn dance. You're no master carpenter, just you and a handful of neighbors, half drunk, on homemade mead, hammering stakes with rocks, because nails are for rich folks. The frame goes up wobbly as your last attempt at a budget, and you start weaving wattle sticks twisted like a bad hair day. Then comes the daub, a slimy mix of clay straw and cow dung that smells like a porta potty at a music festival. You slap it on with your hands, the goo oozing between your fingers like a nightmare spa treatment, and pray the walls don't collapse before you do. The roof's next piles of straw and sod, heavy enough to crush your spirit, but not enough to stop leaks. By some miracle, the shack stands its grassy top, looking like an accidental eco-statement, but it's less sustainable chic and more, please don't fall on me. Moving in's no housewarming party. The earth floor's a muddy mess, sinking under your weight, like it's got a personal vendetta. You set up a hearth, basically a fire pit, that belches smoke thicker than a vape convention. The first night, you're coughing so hard, you're sure you've invented asthma, and the smoke's stinging your eyes worse than a tearjerker movie marathon. Your bed is a pile of rushes, prickly as a porcupine and damp as a sponge shared with a stray cat that's got more claim to it than you. The walls are so thin, you hear every gust of wind, and the roof drips like it's mocking your life choices. You're cooking barley in a cracked pot, stirring with a stick because forks are a distant fantasy, and the meal tastes like dirt with a side of despair. The shack's a fire trap, a death trap, and a wind trap all in one, but it's yours for now. Living here's a daily dare. You're up at dawn, hauling water from a stream that's more sludge than H2O. Your bucket, heavier than your existential dread. The hearth's your only heat, but it's less cozy and more choose your poison. Freeze or choke. The floor's a swamp after every rain, and you're sweeping it with a bundle of twigs, creating a dip that's basically a built-in puddle. The neighbors drop by offering a turnip for your fire, but eyeing your pot like it's a 5-star entree. You're surrounded by life cows, mooing kids screaming the Lord's tax collector looming, but it's lonelier than a canceled sitcom. The shack's temporary, like everything in your peasant life, and you're already dreading the day it collapses, forcing you to start over. You're dreaming of your 2025 air fryer. But here, cooking means not burning your fingers while flipping a lump of dough. Let's lay it bare. You vintage vinyl collecting rooftop garden dreamer, you're shelling out $2,500 a month for a rustic loft with fake barnwood accents. But this cruck house is the ultimate zero-waste flex, built with scraps and gone in a generation, no landfill required. You'd call it uninhabitable and demand a health inspection. But your ancestors were out here surviving with nothing but sticks and stubbornness. You're chasing off-grid vibes with your overpriced camping gear, but medieval peasants were living it, building shelters that doubled as compost piles. You're stressing about utility bills and minimalist decor while they were dodging raindrops and still calling it home. Hilarious, isn't it? The shack's a fragile shell, creaking in the wind like it's whispering its own obituary, but it's kept you alive through another night. You're exhausted, your hands caked with mud, your tunic a patchwork of stains. The village is quiet now, the stars piercing the sky like a reminder of something bigger, but you're too tired to care. You've climbed the medieval ladder from slum to middle-class house to noble's fortress and fallen back to this, a pile of sticks that's more hope than home. But you're not done yet. The Lord's steward's already sniffing around, hinting at new taxes, new labors, new ways to remind you you're nothing but a cog in this futile machine. Grab your axe and a spark of defiance, because tomorrow you're facing the village where survival means more than a roof. It means outsmarting the system that keeps you down. Keep fighting. You weathered survivor, because this muddy shack's just the beginning of your medieval saga. It's 1357, and you've just woken up as an archer in Lord Everwind's levy. Congratulations, except you're not in a grand castle. You're in a muddy village called Biddlecraftoft under Marsh. Your tent, a sagging affair of rough wool propped up by 3 poles a peg, and sheer stubbornness might have been pilfered from a sheep pen. You share it with 2 others, Godric, who snores like a broken bellows, and Willett, whose unwashed feet have claimed the air as their own. Your bow rests beside you, not the sleek recurve of a bard's tale, but a 6-foot longbow crafted from yew, heavier than your spirits after a long winter. You stretch, and your back protests. Your fingers stiff from months of pulling 100 pounds of tension ache with every flex. Breakfast comes courtesy of Tamsin, the camp cook, a one-eyed, limping woman who once fed a squadron with barley old onions and biting sarcasm. She hands you a ladle of something that could be porridge or roofing paste. A weevil floats in it, protein you tell yourself, and eat it anyway. Outside, rain falls sideways, as it always does. You report for training, because Lord Everwind's nephew, a spotty teen named Sir Osbert, believes pre-dawn drills build character. His feathered helmet droops, and he smells of rosewater and nerves. Bow's up. He barks, and you stifle a groan. Your bowstring is damp. Your shoulders sore. Your body unrecovered from yesterday. No one cares. You draw anyway, too proud to admit your fingertips are numb. The training field is more mud than grass, with puddles like small lakes. A goose self-appointed guardian of the archery targets hisses at anyone who strays too close. It's won more fights than Osbert. You line up with 12 other archers, none looking rested dry or happy. Godric sneezes into his sleeve. Willett mutters about a dream where his bow tried to strangle him. You believe him. Longbows have personalities. Osbert struts by, tapping bows with a stick he calls the rod of discipline. Really a broom handle painted silver. He pauses before you. Dirt on your tunic, he says, though his trousers are soaked to the thigh. You don't reply. You value your teeth. He moves on, satisfied. The command comes. Knock, draw, loose. A dozen arrows fly. Most hit the target. One strikes the goose, which squawks and flees. Osbert pretends he didn't flinch. You don't laugh, not because it isn't funny. It is, but because your arms burn, like you've lifted a wagon of bricks using only shame. The longbow is a beast, 6 feet of tension and splinters demanding strength from your back shoulders and fading dreams. Drawing it feels like dragging a weapon through time itself over and over. The string has already flayed a strip of skin from your forearm. Wear a bracer or suffer. You've learned. Your fingers are calloused, your back ruined, your spine a creaking reminder you weren't built for this. Yet there's Tyne, the oldest archer, perhaps 50, perhaps fossilized. He speaks in riddles and complaints, once telling Willett, never trust a man whose bow is cleaner than his boots. You're unsure what it means, but it rings true. Tyne shoots without looking, and his arrows always find their mark. Legend says he once hit a French knight in the eye from 200 yards. Tyne claims the knight owed him money. You believe both tales. Midday brings a break. You're soaked, sore, and starving. Tamsin serves something that might have been cabbage in a past life. You eat in silence, surrounded by men and women who've aged a decade since breakfast. No one speaks of quitting. It's not an option. You're not a knight with shining armor and poetry. You're a tool, valuable, dangerous, expendable. Still, there's pride in your bowstring, in the ache of your arms, in knowing you'd hold the line if war came sending arrows skyward like quiet fury. Afternoon settles like a damp blanket. The sun never rises, just lurks behind clouds, offering a faint gray glow. You rest briefly before the next drill. Godric naps against a barrel. Willett cleans his arrows with a rag that was once a sock. You sit on a wobbly stool, watching steam rise from your sodden boots, wondering if they'll ever dry. Thane passes, dropping a pouch of beeswax into your lap. Waterproof your string? He grunts. Or don't see if I care. He's gone before you can thank him, a rare gesture of care. Your gear is serviceable. A wool tunic that scratches like dried hay, cracked leather vambraces, a quiver of 24 mismatched arrows. Some were carved by a local boy who's never seen battle. One has a chicken feather stuck in the fletching. You don't ask questions, you just hope they fly true. Your bow feels heavier today, not from change, but from repetition. Damp and exhaustion grinding you down like a river, smoothing stone. Training resumes with moving targets. Linen tied to a stick, waved by Willett, who runs back and forth like a French invader. He's not fast, but he's desperate, making the target erratic. You knock breathe and loose. The arrow flies wide. You blame the wind. Osbert blames your posture. Thane mutters about cursed fletching. No one's happy, but no one expects better. Learning is slow, painful, and best done away from nobles' eyes. Later, you help Willett pull arrows from practice stumps. Most are embedded deep, some shattered. One is lodged in a goose carcass, that goose again. You think it had it coming but say nothing. Willett hums a tune, the please, let me survive the next skirmish song, popular among archers. By evening, your body is one large ache. You ease off your boots, lie on your straw mat, and stare at the tense canvas ceiling, tracing stains that might be rain or something worse. Outside, a reed pipe plays badly. Tamsin shouts about a stolen turnip. The fire crackles, and the air smells of wood smoke, leather, and damp wool. You're not comfortable, but you're content. Night falls soft and miserable. The campfire burns strong thanks to damp wood that took 2 hours to light and smokes more than it warms. You sit with your knees drawn up, eating what might be stewed barley or overcooked oats. Willett calls it spear pudding. No one asks why Tamsin roasts something unidentifiable, claiming it's rabbit. Thane mutters, it's too big for rabbit, too small for dog. No one seeks the truth. You agree it's fine. Godric airs his socks, a scent that could be weaponized. Your spine cracks in 3 places. The ache, a strange relief. Someone hums an unfamiliar tune. Its rhythm settling into your chest, like an old friend. Everything hurts. Everything's damp. And somehow, that feels normal. Tane begins a story, unprompted. Back at the siege of Krillenrig, we ran out of arrows, so we used spoons, flattened them with rocks, shot them through helmet slits. Ever see a knight felled by cutlery? I have. Someone chuckles. You're not sure if it's true, but Tane's seen more battles than you've had hot meals, so you let it be. Sir Osbert strolls by, trailed by his squire Aldred, a skinny lad who looks like he's never held anything heavier than a bread knife. Osbert's helmet droops like a wilted tulip. He pauses, declares, "Discipline wins wars," and moves on. Willett mimics him in a high-pitched voice, earning a stew-soaked elbow from Tamsin. The fire dims. A fresh log sends sparks leaping like startled fleas. The quiet settles not empty, but full of shared discomfort, humor, and understanding. No one here is a hero. You're just trying to survive with your bow intact and your feet unfrozen. You lie back, eyes half closed. A dog barks in the distance. The wind carries the scent of manure. You breathe it in like perfume. Your hands are blistered, your bowstring, fraying your legs, sore in places you didn't know had muscles. You wonder if tomorrow will be worse. Yes, almost certainly. Morning ambushes you. One moment, it's dark. The next cold air slaps your face and Godric steps on your ankle, mistaking it for a rock. You groan. Everything hurts again. Your back is a silent scream. Your hands feel mule-crushed. Willett's up, squatting over a bucket, debating if porridge can be evil. You think it can. Outside fog wraps the camp. Tamsin shouts about burnt oats. The mist clings to your clothes. Hair thoughts. You pull on your damp tunic, abandoning dreams of warmth. Today's training is hill shooting. Climb a muddy slope, shoot down, while avoiding a slide into sheep dung. The sheep, by the way, watch with palpable disapproval. Osbert delivers a speech about elevation and noble aims, then slips down the hill. Thane's mustache twitches. You fire an arrow. Feel pride as it arcs. Then watch it land 20 paces short. The target, a straw dummy named Sir Bransby, for its turnip-like smell, takes Godric's arrow in the neck. Willett's hits a tree. He calls it a squirrel warning shot. You believe him. The squirrels here are hostile. By midday, you're soaked. Your thighs burn your bowstring frays. Thine offers a horsehair replacement. Braid it tight, he says, or use it in desperation. You accept with gratitude. He nods, like it's a family secret. Tamsin's soup is gray tasting of time and hopelessness. You eat 2 bowls, too tired to stand again. The fog lingers. The world feels small, wrapped in smoke, wool, and aching limbs. Yet you persist. There's no alternative. Evening brings a pale gray sunset, uninspired. Your bow survives. Your fingers don't. 2 calluses torn, a knuckle bruised from unstringing, while Willett rambled about a blessed hedgehog. It was Moss Godric limps. Thane's wrist is wrapped in vinegar-soaked cloth. Tamsin mutters about a thieving ghost stealing onions. It's just Aldred caught twice with onion breath. The camp accepts it quietly. You've all done worse. Tonight's fire is strong, the wood miraculously dry. You sit close, letting heat seep into your joints. Willett whittles an arrow shaft with his teeth. Passionately, if not effectively, Thane sharpens his knife on a stone, smooth as time itself. Someone tosses a twig into the flames. Osbert attempts an inspection. You pretend not to hear. He sniffs dramatically and leaves in a huff, likely to doodle 6-legged horses in his journal. Thane speaks. A good archer needs 3 things: strong shoulders, strong will, and no common sense. Willett chokes on laughter, clutching his moss. You lie down like a dropped sack of grain, your body sulking. The straw is damp. Your cloak stiff with mud. You close your eyes, listening to the fire. Someone snoring. The wind, nudging the tent flap. Beneath the discomfort, you feel belonging. Sleep comes uneasy. The cold finds every gap in your blanket. You curl tighter. You dream of bending arrows, sodden tunics, and Tamsin wielding a ladle like a mace. You wake to your own snort. Godric's up, chewing something, possibly leather. Teeth itch, he says. You don't ask. Dawn brings mist thicker than ever. Breakfast is hard bread and morning broth. Last night's oats reheated. No one's surprised. You eat because it's hot, distracting from your tight shoulders. Today's challenge, rapid fire. 6 arrows in a minute. Your fingers sting. Osbert taps Slackers with his stick. Thane mutters, "Tap me once, see what happens." He's not joking. You've seen him throw an arrow like a dagger. You line up, breathe knock, pull loose. It's graceless. Arrows fly. Some hit, some don't. Willett's last one buries in mud. A warning to the ground, he says. Between drills, Thane sharpens arrowheads. When I was your age, he begins no bow, just a bent stick and angry thoughts. He smiles. You're unsure if he's joking. By day's end, your arms are jelly. Your hands shake, spilling cold broth on your lap. The tiredness is deep sour, bone deep. No one complains. You sit like logs drying by the fire. Quiet used up, still here. Night folds in. You lie down, staring at the tent ceiling, counting the breaths of your comrades, listening to the wind. Beneath the ache, you feel it again. You're not alone. The next day picks up where the last left off. You're unsure if you slept. The cold seeped into your bones, your dreams filled with misfired arrows and Osbert's echoing voice. You wake before dawn, staring at the tent ceiling, tracing a stain like a chicken, riding a horse. A blessing or warning, maybe both. Thane's outside, sharpening a dagger older than most recruits. If you feel pain, you're not dead yet. He says his version of encouragement. Godric squints into the fog. Willett, covered in straw, mumbles. Dreamt I was a carrot. No one asks. Today there's no training, just rumors. A skirmish on the marshland's edge, raiders, bandits, or worse, the air shifts. Silence grows heavy. You check your bowstring count, arrows, whisper prayers you don't believe in. Willett pulls out a bone charm from a fish, claiming it's lucky. You raise an eyebrow. He shrugs. Tamsin gives you extra food. Avoiding eye contact, she's dressed in her cleanest tunic, a sign she thinks today matters. Tyne walks the perimeter, pausing to squint at trees and hills. First shot matters, he says. Always does. You realize this isn't a drill. Something's coming, and your bow, the one that bloodies your fingers, might be your only shield. The day drags like a damp cloak. Laughter fades, replaced by tension. Tyne sharpens every blade. Tamsin fills water skins unasked. Osbert paces hands clasped, forgetting his lines. A scout returns, dirt-covered, panting. They're close. Bandits, mercenaries, or deserters. No one knows. Osbert calls a meeting. His speech, faltering, honor, courage, pride. It's not inspiring, but it confirms your dread. Thane places a hand on Osbert's shoulder. A silent, "Don't mess this up." You check gear, tighten bowstrings, whisper to arrows like old friends. You eat silently, roll your cloak tighter, and lie down. Eyes open, waiting. Night is dense. The fire's coals glowing faintly. You hear Willett whispering to his arrows. Geoffrey, behave. Marjorie, fly straight. Godric sharpens a spear tip with a rock, claiming it preserves the weapon's soul. Thane meditates, or naps with dignity. Tamsin moves like a ghost, placing broth beside sleeping forms. Aldred trembles by the fire. Osbert paces, muttering about discipline and posture. The mist thickens. Trees whisper. Thane breaks the silence. First arrow's the hardest. No one replies, but all hear. He walks to the camp's edge, standing still. You follow not to speak, just to stand beside his stone-like presence. The wind rises. Somewhere someone watches. For now you breathe, holding fast to your steadiness. Dawn seeps in a sickly blue light, filtering through mist. No one speaks. You've eaten a mouthful of bread, sipped water. Your body feels light, unsteady, like a ladder, missing rungs. Your bow is strung, arrows checked. Godric ties his hair back. Willett tucks a feather behind his ear. For speed, Tamsin hands out salted meat silently, her clean tunic ominous. Osbert gathers you. They're close. We hold the ridge. Archers behind the slope, loose on my signal. Tyne steps forward, expression unreadable. You march silently, mud sucking at your boots. The ridge is low, offering a view of a clearing. Tyne crouches behind a tree. You take position beside him. Godric, to your left. Willett to your right. Waiting begins. You crouch, heart thudding, breathing in damp earth, wet bark, sweat, and iron birds sing too cheerfully. Pain whispers, no shame. In fear it means you understand. A scout raises 2 fingers, movement. Osbert's hand hovers. Figures emerge, leather steel, a torch, a curved axe, 10, 12, maybe more. They don't know you're here. Osbert's hand drops and the world shifts. You don't think you move. The bow rises, string pulls arrow, looses faster than your body should allow. Around you, arrows fly. Willett curses as his string slaps his arm. Godric mutters. Below, the bandits scatter like kicked ants. One drops, another ducks. A second volley follows. You loose a third arrow into a shield. A fourth grazes a tree. Your quiver empties. You don't panic. Godric tosses you arrows. You knock, draw loose. Silence falls awful and hollow. A bird chirps, then stops. You peek over the slope. Trampled grass. Bodies, broken shafts. A few figures limp into the woods, gone. The fight, if it was won, is over. You stand, legs trembling. Willett sits in the mud. Geoffrey did good. Godric stares, jaw clenched. Thane lowers his bow. Not clean, but done. Osbert Pale says, good work, his voice wobbling. You pretend not to notice. The silence grows heavier. Your hands curl, as if still gripping the bowstring. Your arms ache beyond the fight. Willett exhales. Didn't die. Didn't miss. Didn't cry 3 for 3. You don't mention his scream. Godric has blood on his sleeve. You both ignore it. Thane says burn the bodies, or others will come. Animals are worse. Osbert echoes the order louder, as if it's his idea. Tamsin brings water, and something to chew her eyes, saying she knows, without asking. You help carry 2 bodies, 2 light, 2 human. One barely older than Aldred has a half-eaten biscuit in his pouch. Someone tosses it into the fire with him. Back at camp, you eat stew that tastes of ash. Willett sleeps clutching Geoffrey. Godric speaks. First one, you nod yours too. Thane sits by the fire. Next time, don't aim high. You're shooting people, not trees. You lie down, the tent too quiet. Your thoughts loud, wondering how many arrows you'll fire before one finds you. Morning arrives, oblivious. Mist curls through the trees like a friend avoiding questions. You wake slowly, every bruise accounted for. Godric stares at nothing. Willett carves faces into his arrows, one with a mustache. Thane's gone before sunrise, returning later smelling of smoke and pine. Your bow wrapped in cloth looks peaceful, as if it didn't end a life. You tighten its wrap, smooth a splinter, and accept its silence. Tamsin serves boiled grains and a fried egg. Don't ask how. It tastes like a pause. She gives you an extra ladle, her way of saying, I saw you return. Osbert's inspection is firm, his voice steadier. We're ready if they come again. Tyne returns with herbs, sits slowly, and the camp breathes again, not freely, But enough. Normalcy creeps back. Not comfort, just routine. Willet philosophizes over breakfast. Do arrows dream? Of flight? Or missing Godric throws a crust. It hits Willet's forehead. That was Ethel, he says, rubbing the spot. Osbert drills you. Your heart's elsewhere, seeing the boy with the biscuit, hearing the forest swallow the last arrow's sound. Thane corrects your posture, silently, his nudge making your next shot true. Tamsin's turnip supper is comforting in its awfulness. Her hummed song feels like inherited memory. That night, the campfire feels warmer. Silences less tense. Godric retells Osbert's hill tumble. Even Osbert chuckles. You sit bow across your knees, feeling a new nick in the grip. You leave it a mark of use like a scar. A story you're learning to tell. Morning brings real birdsong, throwing everyone off. Willet calls it the world's forgiveness. Godric blames mating season. The mist thins. You stretch your joints screaming like you're 70, not 20. Tamsin's spring tonic tastes like boiled hedge but warms you. Osbert slicked with goose fat, and lavender demonstrates a draw, nearly hitting his nose. Tyne says, try again. Less poetry, more aim. The day is slow, waxing bowstrings, mending cloaks, stitching vambraces. Willet names his arrows, alphabetically for efficiency. Tyne carves something small from oak. Osbert offers a spare bowstring, a shared understanding of small failures' weight. Evening brings Tamsin's honeyed bread, a spellbinding treat. Willet cries quietly. No one speaks. The days blur. Wake train. Eat sleep. Your bow shoulder throbs. Pain is rhythm, now like mist, and Tamsin's disappointing soup. Willet gives his arrows performance reviews. Ethel flew straight. Oswin's rebelling. Osbert improves less, shouting, more watching. He notes you don't flinch anymore. You hadn't realized you did. Thane teaches you to aim by clouds. Pick one, trust the wind. Your arrow lands wide. Wrong goat, he says. The sun lingers, turning mud to clay. You sweat. Your tunic sticks like regret. Willet whispers to trees, claiming an elm knows deep things. Your bow is a second limb, sleeping within reach. Osbert drills fire and fallback patterns. The volley sounds like thunder, beautiful and precise. Tyne teaches Willet to forge arrowheads poorly, but one named Mildred looks dependable. That night, you hum Tamsin's song, cleaning your bow. You realize you no longer hate it. This once punishing weapon is now memory practice, shared silence. You sleep with wood smoke in your hair, bow across your chest, ready. Morning finds you awake, tracing the tense chicken horse stain. Willet brews tea tasting of pine and punishment. The trees want me dead, you whisper. He nods. That means it's working. Godric sharpens thoughtfully. Osbert limps from a latrine, slip a story. Thane embellishes. Nightly training is light. Half draws. Breathing drills. Thane's advice is about feeling the bow, not just using it. Afterward, Willet dreams of turning into an arrow, exploding in a cabbage cart. Symbolic, you say? Exactly, he replies. That night, you hum Tamsin's song, watching Godric whittle Willet sketch arrow names, Aldred braid Osbert's hair. You wonder what life might be without war, not heroic, just real. You've stopped feeling like an imposter archer. The bow, once awkward, is now a mirror of who you're becoming. Today is a rest day, if such exists. Godric patches boots with horsehair. Willet organizes arrows by vibe. Thane carves quietly. You sit near, sharing his silence. Osbert's inspection is habitual. His limp, better hidden evening brings Tamsin's honey oat crumble, her hands lingering, as she hands you yours. You feel heavier, not in body, but thought, wondering when surviving became more than luck. Thane offers his carving a small figure, a bowman, rough but true. Thought you might want it, he says. It fits your hand, like it's always belonged. The figure stays in your pocket, smooth and sharp like you. A mean wind cuts through camp. Willet emerges swaddled, demanding dignity in death. Today's training shoot from cover be invisible with teeth. Your cloak snags, your quiver rattles. But your third shot hits Tamsin's yellow stew lentils. Or regret helps Godric shares a story of his mother's fishing nets. He ties his bowstring the same way. That night you whisper a name to the figure, not yours, but who you hope to be. The morning is too still, the mist heavy. Tamsin's porridge is thin. Supplies dwindle. Osbert calls for readiness, asking practical questions. Who carries water? Who takes the ridge? Tyne checks, bows, noting you've stopped bracing your shot. You trust it now. The sun vanishes. You sit by the fire, Willet sharpening, Godric humming, Tamsin serving herb-laden broth. Before sleep, you walk the camp's edge, staring into the dark, feeling the weight of the next arrow. You wake to stirring boots and frost. Willet hands you an arrow. Hope or herald I forgot. Godric sharpens silently. Tamsin gives him crust like gold. Osbert orders a march to the south ridge. No battle, just watch. You move through brush, arrows clinking. Willet's squirrel union joke falls flat. Thane adjusts angles, whispering to the wind. Hours pass. You eat, crust count arrows, each a promise. Thane says, if they come, breathe loose, the first like it's your body, the rest follow. You nod and wait. The sky darkens, clouds pulling light away. You crouch, thighs aching, an arrow loose in your hand. Godric stands unmoving. Willet chews leathery food, naming his next arrow. Disappointment. Thane's touch steadies you. Osbert joins at dusk, scratched but resolute, telling Aldred, be useful, not brave. The trees stay still, but your body's half drawn, coiled like cold-soaked rope. As darkness falls, Thane signals a watch rotation. You settle behind a log, eyes sharp, sleep unneeded. Lying back, you see stars and realize you're not afraid. You're ready. Night stretches time rubbery. The cold is unshakable. You're past shivering. You think of home, a dry roof, a real bed, an innkeeper's daughter with a laugh like a blade. Willet mumbles about glowing arrows. Godric paces quietly. Aldred takes watch, bow heavy in his hands. Tyne hasn't moved, eyes on the horizon, as if rest is a forgotten skill. You lie still, bow close, realizing you've learned to live in silence, to see before others, to know when to rise. Dawn brings ache, not light. Your joints feel like iron hinges. Your eyes burn. Godric hands you dried meat. Willet wakes muttering about an arrow with a French accent. Bertrand Osbert reports a flicker in the woods. Stay sharp. No noise. You return to the ridge, pressing a hand to the cold ground, checking arrows, their faded labels familiar. Willet says, if I die, tell Tamsin she owes me a decent meal. You promise to carve it in rhyme. Godric sharpens meditatively. Thane teaches without words. Sunlight catches your bow's grain, a ledger of scars. The stillness tightens, unnatural. Willet stops mid-sentence. Anyone feel that Godric nods? Thane steps forward, hand hovering. You kneel, arrow knocked, listening for broken rhythm. A shape moves too upright for deer. Osbert draws. You mirror him. An arrow cuts the air, answered by a human cry. More shapes bolt. Arrows follow. The ridge is alive, sharp, ready. They charge, but hesitate, expecting villagers, not archers. You hold position, a warning unseen, until too late. The trees still. They're gone, scouts or fools. No one lowers their bow, knowing the second charge is the danger. Willett exhales. Jeffrey took a thigh, dramatic. Godric snorts. Thane mutters, "They tested the line, didn't find weakness." Osbert, pale, confirms no casualties. Your hands shake, not from fear, from tension. Thane claps your back, acknowledgement, not praise. The mist burns off. Sunlight paints the leaves gold, too beautiful for a bloody morning. Tamsin brings bread and water. Her eyes, knowing Willett, flops on grass. "If I live, I'll open an arrow-shaped bread bakery. You'd buy one." By afternoon, the ridge is quiet. The watch doubled. You sit beneath a tree, holding Thane's carved figure. A rough bowman. Godric checks strings. Osbert paces, learning to fear for others. Tamsin presses a tin cup into your hand. Her calloused fingers warm. The light stretches golden. You string your bow, welcoming its bite, and aim at a cloud shaped like a fist, not to fire, just to feel. Evening settles gently. You remove your boots, toes breathing. The fire is steady, smoke rising straight. Tamsin's victory. Stew tastes of lentils and thyme. You eat 2 bowls. Godric sharpens a broken arrow. Osbert removes his helmet. Hair flattened. Willett composes a ballad about Bertrand and a goose. Thane hums, half asleep, half alert. Your bow warm. From the fire is a ritual, a truth. You lie back. Stars clustering, and feel the earned quiet. Wrap your ribs. No glory, just shared survival. The fire's coals glow like grounded stars. You lie on your back, not asleep, just drifting in, a good quiet. Willett snores, clutching his quiver. You toss Godric's slipped blanket back over him. Tamsin ensured everyone ate, hiding her care behind scowls. Your fingers find the carved figure, rolling it like a promise. The stars remind you of your smallness, the shortness of an arrow's flight. You hold your bow across your chest, heavy with memory, and realize this camp, this life, is where you belong. Fane sits up, looks at you. "Still awake?" You nod. He settles back, silent, but saying enough. You close your eyes, listening to the fire, the trees, the hum in your ribs. "I'm still here, aiming in the dark." Most sleep. Deeply bows, beside beds, arrows bundled like wheat. You walk the camp's edge, the figure warm in your palm, stopping by the squeaky-wheeled cart. The tree line is tamed by light and routine. Willett snorts awake, still alive, and sleeps again. You smile, remembering your trembling first day. Now one of them, not strong, but steady. The sun creeps in, apologetic, peeling back the dark. You wake slowly, smoke curling through the tent flap. Willett pokes the fire, muttering about unionized sticks. Godric lights it in one strike. Thane passes, smiling faintly. You've kept it straight. Tamsin's questionable brew burns and heals. She offers crusty bread, nodding at your trembling hand. Osbert and Aldred read tracks in the dirt lessons, sinking deep. You walk the ridge alone, the trees' shadows still. You draw your bow, not to fire, feeling its memory. The world sharpens pine ash light through leaves. The day unfolds gear, checked arrows counted. Thane has you shoot at a knotted stump. Head-heart habit. You hit 2. He grunts. Maybe approval. Willett sorts arrows by vibe. Godric mutters about shoddy boots. You help thread his leather natural now. Tamsin's pea dish fills you. Her pat says, "I saw you." The sun dips. You stack arrows by the ridge, not expecting, just unready to be unready. Alone by the tree line, you see the airs shift, the shadows wait, the quiet before a lie. You rest by a rock, feeling victory in stillness. Stars emerge, old friends, unsure of their welcome. Your bow rests close, catching moonlight, breathing the same air. The fire crackles. Godric pokes it needlessly. Willett sleeps mid-story, a feather in his hair. Aldred murmurs of flower and horses. Tamsin sips from a dented tin, her gaze motherly. You listen to the wind, the cart's creak, the sighs of the no longer scared. The quiet holds you like a warm stone. You roll onto your side hand, on your bow. Not for comfort, just presence. You whisper, I might be good at this. The stars blink in reply. Night fades. Quietly, stars retreating, light brushing your cheek. You wake uncalled body, moving before mind. Willett hums tunelessly. Godric sharpens. Thane nods. Arms folded. Tamsin's herb-laced broth is a gift. She gives you more. Unasked, Osbert walks silently. No performance, just presence. You unstring your bow, wiping it down, tucking the string in Tane's pouch. Good strings save bad days, he said. You wipe it, like he taught you, speaking more than words. Willett snores a chicken feather in his hair. Godric's cloak hides him. Aldred dreams of horses. Tamsin checks embers, pausing. You don't have to hold it like it'll leave. You look at your calloused, swollen hands, not heroic, but enough. The stars fade. You lie down, cloak tight, not noticing when sleep comes. Morning is soft, no urgency, just ash and wet wool. You stretch muscles, willing Tane passes. You've kept it straight. Tamsin's brew is defiance. Osbert shows Aldred the land's ink. You walk the ridge, trees still drawing, once to feel the pull. Breathe, knock, draw. Release weight. It's mindset, not method. You share dry bread with Willett, who asks, does anyone like this life? No, you say, but some need it. He nods. Worse, but I see it. Godric polishes arrowheads. Tamsin hums memory's song. Your bow's grooves are your history endured steady. Osbert guides, Aldred's bowstring not correcting. Thane carries fletched shafts. Camp's quieter earned you nod. Feeling rest, not peace. That night, you say, little clarity, loud within. You know, holding, waiting, aiming with your being. Willett asks, would you do it again? You draw in the dark, balanced and smile. The night wraps gently, no alarms. Just the fire's sigh and sleep's rhythm. You sit by the crooked tree, unstringing your bow, wiping it like ritual. Willett snores. Godric's cocooned. Tamsin cared without showing. You lie down, bow close, whispering, I'm good at this. The stars agree. There's no grand end, no banners, just breath, another step. The camp stretches. Willett hums. Godric stops sharpening. Thane rests fully. You walk the tree line, not patrolling, just seeing light through leaves, hearing unhidden wind. At the ridge, you sit where fear once lived, drawing one arrow to feel, not fire. Someone laughs, Willett or Aldred. Floating light, you smile real. Tonight you'll eat, sit by the fire, touch your bow. Maybe dream, maybe sleep. The quiet holds you. You've earned it. You didn't become a hero. You became better yourself. Your life as Elizabeth. You come into the world on September 7th, 1533, in the gilded chambers of Greenwich Palace, where sunlight filters through leaded windows, casting diamond patterns on the polished oak floor. The air hums with the scent of beeswax candles, lavender strewn across the rushes, and the faint, briny dampness of the Thames seeping through ancient stone walls. Your mother, Anne Boleyn, cradles you, her dark eyes blazing with a mix of triumph and defiance. She's the second wife of King Henry VIII. A woman who's upended England's church and court to claim her crown, adored by reformers, despised by Catholics as a scheming temptress. Your father Henry, stands like a colossus at the room's edge, his presence a storm of velvet and expectation. He's gambled his kingdom for a son, a male heir, to secure the Tudor dynasty, to silence the whispers that his line is cursed. Instead, he gets you a girl, a fragile bundle wrapped in gold-embroidered linens, your tiny cry piercing the chamber's hush. From your first breath, you're a disappointment to him, a political pawn to his enemies, a living symbol of a marriage that's splitting England like an axe through oak. The court erupts in a flurry of forced celebration. You're declared a princess, your birth heralded with trumpets and feasts. Though the cheers are tinged with unease, Henry masks his frustration, but his eyes betray him. Another daughter, not the son he prayed for. Anne, defiant as ever, parades you before ambassadors and nobles. Her jet-black hair gleaming under her jeweled cap, as if your existence validates her precarious throne. You're given a household at Hatfield House, a sprawling estate north of London, complete with wet nurses, rockers, and a retinue of servants who bow to your cradle. Your chambers are draped in crimson damask, your tiny gowns stitched with silver thread. For a fleeting moment, you're the darling of England, a Tudor princess destined for greatness. But this glory is a house of cards, trembling in the winds of court intrigue. By 1536, before you're old enough to string words into sentences, your world collapses. Anne's enemies, led by Thomas Cromwell, Henry's ruthless advisor, strike with lethal precision. She's arrested, accused of adultery, incest, and treason charges. Most historians now believe were fabricated to clear Henry's path to Jane Seymour, his new infatuation. You're not yet too young to understand the whispers of scandal or the clanging of tower gates, but the fallout is cataclysmic. Anne is tried, condemned, and executed by a French swordsman's blade, her blood soaking the straw of Tower Green on Henry's orders, the same man who fathered you. The court moves on, but you're left in the wreckage. A royal decree strips your title. You're no longer Princess Elizabeth, but Lady Elizabeth. Your legitimacy erased your place in the succession, voided. You're still the king's daughter, but a bastard in the eyes of the law, a royal caste, adrift in a sea of uncertainty. Your childhood is a kaleidoscope of instability. You're shuttled between estates, like a parcel nobody wants to claim. Hatfield's drafty halls with their creaking floors and faded tapestries become your primary home. But you're also sent to Enfield's quiet gardens and the manors of minor nobles who host you with wary deference. Your Tudor blood, a dangerous commodity too valuable to neglect, too risky to embrace. Your father's court is a distant thunder, its dramas filtering through servants' gossip and the occasional visit from a royal messenger. Henry's moods swing like a pendulum, his affection for you as unpredictable as a summer storm. One day, he sends you a velvet gown. The next, he ignores you, his attention consumed by his new wives and his desperate quest for a son. Henry marries 4 more times, each wife reshaping your world. Jane Seymour gives birth to your half-brother Edward in 1537, the longed-for heir, and dies days later, her body broken by childbirth. You're too young to mourn her, but old enough to sense the court's relief. Henry finally has his Prince Anne of Cleves, arrives in 1540. A diplomatic misstep, her plain face and German manners earning Henry's scorn. She's gone in months annulled, but spared the axe. Catherine Howard, barely older than you, becomes queen in 1540, a vivacious teenager whose flirtations light up the court. You're 8, when she's executed for adultery her fate echoing your mother's, a grim reminder of the scaffold shadow. You learn to keep your head down your words, few your smile, a carefully crafted mask. Catherine Parr, Henry's sixth wife, enters in 1543, and she's a revelation. A widow with a scholar's mind, she treats you like a daughter, not a liability. You're 9 living under her care at Chelsea. Her warmth, a rare oasis in the court's cold calculations. She encourages your studies, debates theology with you, and brings you to court, where you glimpse the glittering chaos of power. Nobles in fur-trimmed robes, ambassadors whispering in corners, musicians strumming lutes under vaulted ceilings. Catherine's kindness is a lifeline, but it comes with risks. Her Protestant leanings clash with Catholic factions, and you're caught in the crossfire. Your presence a reminder of Anne Boleyn's heresy. You learn to navigate these currents, your young mind absorbing the court's unspoken rules. Trust sparingly, watch closely, never show fear. Your education is your fortress, a bulwark against the chaos. Unlike most girls destined for marriage and needlework, you're forged into a weapon of intellect. Roger Ascham, your tutor, is a scholar with a reformer's zeal, his sharp eyes seeing past your illegitimacy to the queen you might become. He drills you in Latin until you can recite Virgil by heart in Greek, until you parse Homer's epics in French and Italian, until you charm foreign envoys with flawless phrases. You study theology, grappling with the Catholic-Protestant schism that's tearing England apart. Rome's ancient rituals versus Luther's fiery reforms. History teaches you the fragility of crowns. Logic hones your arguments. Philosophy sharpens your soul. By 10, you're translating Cicero into English. You're quill-scratching parchment late into the night, ink staining your fingers like battle scars. Your governess, Cat Ashley, is your fiercest ally. A woman with a peasant's grit and a courtier's cunning. She doesn't coddle you as a fallen princess. She molds you as a future queen, whispering courage when the court sneers sting. Stand tall, my lady, she says, her voice firm as she adjusts your gown. Your blood's as royal as any cat's loyalty is your anchor. Her lessons practical, where Asham's are cerebral. She teaches you to read faces, to gauge a noble smile for hidden knives, to wield silence as a weapon. Your education isn't just about knowledge, it's about power. A woman with your lineage can't rely on armies or alliances. Your battlefield is the mind, your weapons. With subtlety strategy, language becomes your sword poise, your shield, and you're sharpening both to a lethal edge. The court's drama is a relentless tide. Henry's marriages churn out stepmothers, each a new variable in your survival. Jane Seymour's death leaves Edward motherless, a frail boy worshipped as the Tudor future. Catherine Howard's execution in 1542. When you're 8 is a chilling echo of your mother's fate. You hear the court's whispers, see the fear in Cat's eyes, and understand even young that queens fall as easily as pawns. Catherine Parr's arrival brings stability, but her Protestant sympathies draw suspicion. You're 11 when Bishop Stephen Gardiner, a Catholic hardliner, targets her sniffing for heresy. You're questioned, your answers weighed like gold. You play the innocent scholar, your words polished your loyalty to Henry. Unshakable Gardiner retreats, but you've learned another lesson. The court is a snake pit, and even kindness can't shield you from its fangs. Your father's health falters, his once mighty frame swollen with disease. By 1547, you're 13, living at Chelsea with Catherine Parr. Now remarried to Thomas Seymour, a dashing but reckless noble. Seymour's charm masks ambition. He flirts with you entering your chambers, unbidden his jests. Too bold for a girl of your status. You're 14, old enough to sense danger, young enough to be trapped by it. Cat warns you to stay guarded. But Seymour's games escalate. When Catherine dies in childbirth in 1548, his schemes unravel. He's arrested for plotting against Edward. Now King Edward VI, and you're dragged into the scandal. Interrogators circle, probing your every conversation with Seymour. You're a master of rhetoric. Now your answer's calm, precise, deflecting blame from Cat and yourself. Seymour's executed in 1549, his head on a pike, and you're left with a bitter truth. Love, like loyalty, is a minefield, and you'll need to tread it with care. Edward's reign is a Protestant fervor, his council pushing reforms that alienate Catholics. You're 16, living quietly at Hatfield. Your studies a refuge from the court storms. Edward's health is fragile, his advisors scheming to secure their power. You watch silent as factions clash. Protestants versus Catholics, nobles versus upstarts. The court's a chessboard, and you're a piece they can't yet place. You're no longer a child, but not yet a queen. Your future hanging on the whims of a sickly boy and the men who control him. You dream of a crown, but you know the cost. One misstep, and it's the tower, the scaffold oblivion. For now you study. Wait and sharpen your mind, because in this game, only the sharpest survive. You're 13, standing at the edge of a new era, the year 1547 cloaked in mourning. Your father, Henry VIII, is dead, his once mighty frame ravaged by disease, leaving the throne to your half-brother Edward, a frail boy of 9. The air at Hatfield House, your refuge of damp halls and creaking floors, feels heavier now, the scent of old parchment and wood smoke mingling with the weight of uncertainty. Edward VI's coronation is a spectacle of velvet and ermine, but you're not at the heart of it. You're a tutor, but a sidelined one. Your illegitimacy, a shadow that clings like damp wool. England's court buzzes with new players, Protestant regents led by Edward Seymour Thomas's brother, who push for reform with a zeal that sets Catholic nerves on edge. You're a young woman, now, no longer a child to be shuffled between estates, but not yet a power to be reckoned with. The crown's a distant dream, and every step you take is watched by eyes that weigh your worth and your threat. You retreat to Chelsea under the care of Catherine Parr. Your father's last wife, now married to Thomas Seymour, whose reckless ambition nearly ensnared you years ago. Catherine's warmth is a balm, her scholarly mind a mirror to your own. She debates scripture with you, her Protestant convictions bold but dangerous in a kingdom still torn between Rome and Reform. You're 14, your dark hair pinned beneath a modest cap, your gown simple to avoid notice. But notice finds you. Seymour's charm, once a playful jest, turns predatory. He barges into your chambers at dawn, his laughter too loud, his hands too bold for a man married to your stepmother. You're a princess in blood, if not title, and his familiarity is a tightrope over a chasm. Cat Ashley, your governess, hisses, warnings her eyes sharp as a hawk's. Keep your distance, my lady, she murmurs, adjusting your sleeve with a mother's care. You nod, your heart pounding. But you're trapped in a game where innocence is no shield. Catherine's death and childbirth in 1548, when you're 15, unleashes Seymour's worst impulses. Freed from her restraint, he plots to seize power, eyeing you as a pawn, or worse, a bride to challenge Edward's regents. You're questioned by grim-faced counselors, their quills scratching as they probe your every word. Did Seymour propose marriage? Did he speak treason? You're a master of rhetoric, now trained by Asham to wield words like daggers. Your answers are calm, precise, deflecting blame from Kat and yourself. I am but a maid. You say, eyes downcast. Voice steady as stone. Inside, you're a storm. Fear, anger, calculation. Seymour's arrested, tried and beheaded in 1549, his blood staining the tower's stones. You're unscathed, but the lesson burns. Trust is a luxury you can't afford, and men's ambitions are as deadly as their swords. You return to Hatfield, your sanctuary of books and solitude. Edward's reign is a Protestant crusade. His council, purging Catholic rituals, masses, relics, incense, replacing them with stark sermons and English prayer books. You're 16, your faith shaped by Catherine's reforms, but you keep it quiet. The court's a crucible, factions clashing like sparks on flint. Edward Seymour's overthrown by John Dudley, Duke of Northumberland, a man with a fox's cunning and a vulture's hunger. You watch from afar, your letters to Edward, polite your visits to court. Rare, you're a tutor, but a woman, your illegitimacy, a chain no charm can break. You bury yourself in study. Livy's histories, Plato's dialogues, French poetry, your mind, a fortress against the chaos. Cat whispers, a plots of Catholic nobles eyeing your sister. Mary of Protestants pinning hopes on you. You're a symbol, not a person, and symbols are dangerous things. By 1553, Edward's health crumbles, his coughs echoing through Whitehall's halls. He's 15, dying, and Northumberland schemes to secure his Protestant legacy. You're 19, summoned to London, your heart a drumbeat of dread. Edward's will, names Lady Jane Grey. Your cousin is Queen, a puppet for Northumberland's ambitions, bypassing Mary the Catholic heir. You're sidelined, your claim ignored. You retreat to Hatfield, silent watching. Mary rallies her supporters, her Catholic banner drawing thousands. Jane's reign lasts 9 days before Mary storms London, her coronation a Catholic triumph. You're 20 riding to meet her, your gown a careful gray, your smile a diplomat's mask. The crowd cheers, but Mary's eyes are ice, her advisors whispering of your Protestant leanings, your Boleyn blood. You're a threat, whether you wish it or not. Mary's court is a Catholic revival. Latin masses echoing in St. Paul's Protestant bishops burned at Smithfield. You attend Mass, kneeling on cold stone, your lips moving to prayers you don't feel. It's a performance, and you're a master actress, but every bow feels like a betrayal of the faith. Catherine Parr, nurtured. You're a tightrope walker, balancing between loyalty to Mary and the Protestant hopes pinned on you. The court's a labyrinth of suspicion. Nobles watch you, priests, sermonize against heresy. Spanish envoys eye you like a prize to be claimed or crushed. Mary's marriage to Philip of Spain in 1554 ignites resentment. England fears Spanish domination, and you're a Protestant beacon for the discontented. You keep your head down your words. Few, but danger finds you. The Wyatt Rebellion erupts in 1554, a Protestant uprising to dethrone Mary and crown you. You're innocent, but your name's on the rebels' lips, a rallying cry you never sought. Mary's council strikes summoning you to London. You're 20, your journey, a descent into fear. Each hoofbeat on the icy road, a countdown. You arrive at Whitehall, then are ferried down the Thames to the Tower of London, passing through Traitor's Gate under a leaden sky. The water laps at the boat, cold as the dread in your veins. The tower's stones loom the same walls that held your mother before her execution. Guards escort you to a cell, their armor clanking, their faces blank, the air's damp reeking of mildew and despair. You're alone, Save for Kat's whispered prayers through the bars, her loyalty a flicker in the dark. You're a prisoner. Your every move, watched your quill, your only weapon. You write to Mary. Your script, elegant. Your tone, pleading innocence. I am your loyal sister, guiltless of treason. Each letter's a gamble, each word weighed like gold. You walk the courtyard, your cloak heavy with frost. The gray sky, a mirror of your uncertainty. Will evidence real or forged seal your fate? Will Mary's fear outweigh her blood tie? You pray your lips, forming psalms you memorized as a child. You plot your mind racing through allies, strategies, escape routes you'll never use. You wait each day, a coin toss between life and the scaffold. The tower's ghosts, your mother. Catherine Howard seemed to whisper in the silence, but you push them away. You're Elizabeth, trained to outthink, outlast, outlive. Weeks crawl by the clank of keys, your only clock. Mary hesitates, killing a sister, risks rebellion, and evidence against you is thin, mostly whispers and wishful thinking. In spring, 1554, you're released, but freedom's a gilded cage. You're exiled to Woodstock, a crumbling manor in Oxfordshire, under guard Sir Henry Bedingfield. Your jailer is a dour Catholic, loyal to Mary, his men shadowing you like hounds. Your rooms are sparse, the walls stained with damp, the windows rattling in the wind. Letters are intercepted, visitors vetted your every word, a potential noose. You immerse yourself in books, Tacitus, Seneca, the Bible. Your mind, a refuge from the bars you can't see. Cat smuggles news, Mary's marriage to Philip sparks riots. Her purges of Protestants earn her the name Bloody Mary. England's a powder keg, and you're its spark, whether you wish it or not. You're 22, your hair still dark, your eyes sharp with defiance. You cultivate allies in secret merchants, minor nobles, Protestant clergy who see you as England's hope. You write to Mary, your letters, meek offering loyalty while dodging her Catholic demands. It's a dance, and you're a master. Each step calculated to keep you alive. Mary's health falters, her childless marriage a failure, her dream of a Catholic England crumbling. You wait. A shadow. Queen in a manor's gloom. Your studies sharpening your mind, your silence cloaking your ambition. The court's a chessboard, and you're a pawn poised to become a queen if you can survive the next move. By 1558, Mary's dying, her body worn by illness and despair. You're 25 at Hatfield, surrounded by books and loyal servants. Whispers reach you. Nobles are turning, pledging allegiance in secret. You're no longer the bastard daughter, the exiled sister. You're the future, England's Protestant savior. On November 17th, 1558, Mary breathes her last, and the world shifts. Messengers ride to Hatfield, their horses' hooves pounding the frost. You're summoned to London, the crown yours at last. The city erupts in cheers, bells ringing from every steeple. But you know the truth. The throne's a battlefield, and you're stepping onto it alone. You're Elizabeth Regina, Queen of England, forged in danger, tempered in darkness, ready to dance through a man's world with wit and will. But that's tomorrow's fight. For now, you gather your books, summon Cat, and prepare to claim your destiny, because the game's just beginning, and you're playing to win. November 17th, 1558 dawns cold and crisp at Hatfield House, where the scent of frost and old oak lingers in your chambers. You're 25, no longer the exiled sister or the prisoner of the Tower, but the pivot on which England's fate now turns. Your half-sister Mary, is dead, her body broken by illness, her Catholic dream of a reunited Christendom crumbling with her last breath. Messengers arrive, their cloaks dusted with snow, kneeling to proclaim, "You Queen." The words echo in the quiet room. Elizabeth, Regina, Queen of England, France and Ireland, defender of the faith. Your heart races, but your face is a mask of calm, honed by years of danger. The crown is yours, a glittering prize, but you know its weight. England's a fractured realm, bankrupt, bleeding from religious wars, eyed hungrily by Spain and France. You're a woman in a man's world. Your legitimacy questioned your right to rule a gamble. The cheers ringing from London streets are a fleeting hymn. The real battle begins now, and you're stepping onto a chessboard where every move could be your last. You ride to London, your horse's hooves clattering on the frozen road, the city unfolding like a tapestry of hope and ruin. The Thames glitters under a weak winter sun, its banks lined with cheering crowds, their breath clouding the air. You're a vision in silver and crimson, your dark hair catching the light, your smile a calculated blend of warmth and steel. The court awaits a kaleidoscope of velvet and ambition, nobles bowing low, their eyes glinting with calculation. You're no longer the bastard daughter, the shadow queen of Hatfield. You're the sun they orbit, but you know, suns can burn or be eclipsed. Your coronation set for January 15th, 1559, is your first masterstroke, a spectacle to bind a broken nation. You plan every detail from the route through London streets to the symbols in Westminster Abbey. The ceremony weaves Catholic pomp, incense, Latin, chants with Protestant simplicity, a New English prayer book resting beside the ancient orb and scepter. You sit on the coronation chair, its wood worn by centuries of kings, and feel the crown's weight settle on your brow. The abbey erupts in hallelujahs, but you're already thinking 3 moves ahead, because queens don't survive on cheers alone. Your first task is to rebuild a kingdom from ashes. England's treasury is a hollow shell, drained by Mary's wars and Henry's excesses. You slash court expenses, selling off royal manors and jewels to refill the coffers. Your frugality, a stark contrast to your father's lavish feasts. You're not here to play princess. You're here to rule. You form a privy council, a tight circle of advisors chosen for loyalty and brains, not birth. William Cecil, 42, with a scholar's mind and a fox's cunning, becomes your principal secretary. His calm, methodical presence is your anchor, his Protestant zeal tempered by pragmatism. You trust him not out of sentiment, but because his ambition aligns with yours. England's stability, your survival. The council's chambers hum with debate, parchment, rustling quills, scratching. You're the youngest there, the only woman, yet every eye turns to you. You listen, question, decide your voice, cutting through noble bluster like a blade through silk. Religion is your tightest knot. Mary's Catholic purges left scars hundreds, burned churches stripped England, torn between Rome and Reform. Catholics see you as a heretic, daughter of Anne Boleyn's Protestant rebellion. Protestants hail you as their savior, expecting a Puritan crusade. You're neither fool nor fanatic. You craft the Elizabethan settlement, a delicate compromise blending Catholic ritual, vestments, candles with Protestant doctrine, an English Bible, replacing Latin masses. The act of supremacy names you Supreme Governor of the Church, a title skirting papal fury while asserting control. The act of uniformity mandates a new prayer book, its words a bridge between factions. It's not perfect. Zealots on both sides snarl, but it holds a fragile peace woven from your will. You're not here to please theologians. You're here to keep England from civil war. You'd rather have a kingdom praying than one bleeding. The court's a dazzling maze, its halls echoing with lutes, laughter, and lies. Nobles in peacock-bright doublets bow their compliments, honeyed their motives, sharp as thorns. You learn to dance their dance, dangling favor, like a lure, keeping rivals guessing. Robert Dudley, your childhood friend, is a constant spark. Tall, dark-haired, his smile a dangerous warmth. He's master of the horse, always at your side, his wit matching yours. Whispers of romance swirl fueled by his charm and your laughter. But you're no starry-eyed girl. Marriage is a cage. A husband could eclipse you. A foreign prince could drag England into war. When Dudley's wife, Amy Robsart, dies in 1560, found at the foot of a staircase with a broken neck, the court explodes. Was it accident? Suicide? Murder? You're 27, your heart tugging toward Dudley, but your head knows better. You distance him. Your smile cool your favor. Rationed, you're dreaming of a corner office with a view. But here, power means dodging scandal and keeping the crown on your head. Europe's kings circle like wolves. Philip of Spain, Mary's widower, offers marriage, his Catholic piety, a velvet glove over an iron fist. France's young king. Francis II dangles an alliance, his mother, Catherine de' Medici, plotting in the shadows. Your prize? A threat. A Protestant queen in a Catholic continent. You flirt with proposals. Your letters charming, your promises vague. I am married to England. You say half smiling and mean it. Every suitor's a pawn in your game. String them along. Keep them guessing. Avoid war. You're not just playing for love. You're playing for time, for England's survival. Your progresses, royal tours across the countryside are your stage. You ride from manor to cathedral, castle to village, your retinue a glittering caravan. In 1559, you visit Cambridge, scholars kneeling as you praise their learning in flawless Latin. In Norwich, weavers offer you wool, dyed crimson, their cheers shaking the market square. You're a vision in white and gold, your hair loose like a maiden's, your speeches weaving loyalty into every heart. These aren't just trips. They're performances crafting you as England's virgin queen, a myth to rival saints. You're not just ruling. You're enchanting, turning doubters into devotees. You'd kill for a social media manager to amplify your brand. But here going? Viral means a ballad sung in every tavern from London to York. The 1560s bring a new shadow. Mary, Queen of Scots, your cousin widowed at 18 and back in Scotland after her French husband's death. She's Catholic, charismatic, and claims your throne, calling herself the rightful queen. Her lineage through Margaret Tudor. Henry VII, sister, is legitimate where yours is questioned. You're 28, your spies reporting her every move. Mary's marriage to Lord Darnley in 1565, a Tudor-blooded noble, strengthens her claim, their son James, a direct threat. You watch, wait, learn Scotland's a tinderbox. Mary's rule falters as Darnley's murdered, and she weds the prime suspect, James Bothwell. Rebellion erupts, and Mary flees to England in 1568, throwing herself on your mercy. You're 35, your Privy Council urging her execution. You hesitate. She's a queen, anointed by God, and killing her risks war. You imprison her at Carlisle, then move her to guarded manors. Her charm, a flame you can't let ignite. The court's a crucible of ambition. Dudley's still your favorite? His presence, a warmth you ration like firewood. Nobles, like Thomas Howard, Duke of Norfolk. Aye, Mary as a path to power, their Catholic sympathies, a whisper of treason. You're a maestro, orchestrating loyalty, with rewards, a knighthood here, a manor there. while sowing doubt among rivals. Cecil's your spine, his reports detailing every plot, his calm voice grounding your fire. You're not just a queen, you're a puppeteer, pulling strings in a theater of egos. The Pope's excommunication in 1570, branding you a heretic, unleashes Catholic plots. You tighten laws, banning Catholic masses, declaring priests traitors. You're not cruel. You're surviving your throne, a beacon in a storm of faith and betrayal. By 1570, you're 37. Your reign, a tightrope walk over a chasm. England's treasury is stabilizing your religious settlement, holding your myth growing. Your Gloriana the Virgin Queen, your image woven into tapestries and ballads. But the game's far from won. Mary's shadow looms, Europe's king's plot, and your court's a simmering cauldron of ambition. You dream of a quiet night with a good book, but here rest means outwitting assassins and keeping England from collapse. The next decade will test you. Plots wars, a rival queen, but you're ready. You've survived the Tower exile suspicion. You summon Cecil, call for your spies, and prepare to dance through the fire because the crown's yours and you'll fight to keep it. You're not done yet, time traveler. The throne's a battlefield, and you've only begun to wage your war. The court's buzzing, Mary's plotting, and Europe's watching. Grab your quill, sharpen your wit, and step into the fray. Because tomorrow you're facing a world that wants you crowned, married, or dead. Keep dancing, you cunning survivor, because the stage is set for your greatest act. You're 37, standing at the heart of Whitehall Palace in 1570, where the air hums with the scent of beeswax and intrigue the tapestries glowing under torchlight. Your reign as Elizabeth, Queen of England, is a high-wire act, each step a defiance of gravity. The Elizabethan settlement holds a fragile thread, stitching together a nation torn by faith. But the world beyond your borders bristles with menace. The Pope's bull of excommunication, Regnans in Excelsis, brands you a heretic, freeing Catholics to plot your death without sin. Spain's Philip II, his coffers swollen with New World gold eyes, your Protestant realm like a hawk circling a wounded hare. France's Catherine de' Medici schemes her Catholic claws hidden beneath velvet diplomacy. And closer, ever closer, Mary Queen of Scots. Your cousin and captive burns like a smoldering ember in your northern manners, her presence a beacon for every disgruntled Catholic noble. Your Gloriana, the Virgin, Queen, your image woven into England's soul. But you know the truth. A crown's no shield against a dagger, and your throne's a target in a game where losing means death. The court's a glittering whirlpool, its currents pulling at your every word. You're a maestro, conducting loyalty with a smile, sowing discord with a glance. Robert Dudley, your dark-eyed favorite, is ever near his wit, a spark in the court's gilded haze. You're 37, your heart still quickening at his laugh, but you ration your affection like a miser with gold. His wife's death, a decade ago, shrouded in whispers of murder, taught you caution. Love's a luxury that could cost you the crown. Nobles, like Thomas Howard, Duke of Norfolk, bow low, their velvet cloaks sweeping the floor, but their eyes gleam with ambition. You're a chessboard's queen surrounded by knights and bishops, itching to topple you for Mary's Catholic cause. William Cecil, your principal secretary, is your rock. His quill, scratching late into the night, his reports detailing every whisper of treason. You're dreaming of a quiet weekend, binge-watching historical dramas. But here, drama means dodging assassins and keeping England's heart beating. The Ridolfi plot of 1571 is your first major test. Roberto Ridolfi, a Florentine banker with a serpent's charm, weaves a scheme to murder you, Crown Mary, and land Spanish troops on English shores. You're 38. Your spies, led by Cecil's sharp mind, unraveling the plot like a tapestry's loose threads. Norfolk, the realm's premier duke, is neck-deep, his Catholic sympathies betraying his oath. You act swiftly, your voice cold as winter frost in the council chamber. Norfolk's arrested his letters to Mary damning him. You hesitate, executing a duke risks rebellion, but justice is your shield. In 1572, his head rolls on Tower Hill. The crowds roar, a grim hymn to your survival. You tighten the screws. Catholic priests are declared traitors. Their masses ban their hiding places, a death sentence for any who shelter them. You're not a tyrant, you're a pragmatist. Your throne, a lighthouse in a storm of faith and betrayal. Mary, Queen of Scots, is your eternal shadow. You've held her since 1568, moving her from Carlisle to fortified manors. Bolton Tutbury, Sheffield, each a gilded prison. She's 36, her beauty fading, but her charisma lethal, her letters smuggled to Catholic allies like sparks in dry grass. You're torn. She's a queen, anointed by God. Her execution, a sacrilege that could ignite Europe, yet she's a magnet for rebellion. Her claim to your throne, a siren's call. You keep her close, your spies reading her every word, your guards counting her every step, your 40-pacing Whitehall's long gallery, your gown heavy with pearls, your mind heavier with choices. Let her live, and plots fester. Kill her, and you risk war. You delay a master of time. Your patience a weapon sharper than steel. Your progresses are your triumph, a rolling theater of power. You ride across England from Kent's green hills to York's ancient walls, your retinue a dazzling serpent of silk and steel. In 1575 you visit Kenilworth Dudley's estate, where he stages feasts and fireworks to woo you. You're 42, laughing, as minstrels sing your praises, but your heart stays guarded. Dudley's a flame you can't let burn you. Townsfolk line the roads, offering bread and roses. Their cheers, a chorus you've orchestrated. You speak to them in English, not Latin, your words weaving loyalty into their bones. At Coventry, you knight a butcher who kneels awestruck, his calloused hands trembling. You're not just a queen, you're a legend. Your image painted on tavern signs your name a prayer in every Protestant home. You'd love a marketing team to amplify your glow. But here branding means a ballad that spreads faster than a tweet. Europe's chessboard shifts. Spain's, Philip emboldened by the Pope's blessing funds. Catholic plots his galleons prowling your coasts. France under Henry III wavers between alliance and enmity. Catherine de' Medici's letters dripping with false sweetness. You're 45, your council urging marriage to secure an heir. Perhaps France's Duke of Anjou, a Catholic princeling with a weak chin and weaker prospects. You flirt your banquets, dazzling him with masks and music, but your heart's with England, not a man who'd chain you to his wars. You're the virgin queen, your celibacy, a shield, your throne, your only spouse. The court whispers of Dudley of scandal, but you silence them with a glance. You're not here to play wife, you're here to play king. The 1580s bring darker storms. Francis Walsingham, your spy master, enters the stage, a shadow with a surgeon's precision. You're 47, appointing him to weave a web of surveillance across Europe, agents in Madrid's taverns, Rome's cloisters, Paris's back alleys. Walsingham's not warm like Cecil. He's ice, his eyes reading men like open books. In 1586, his network snares the Babington plot, a Catholic scheme to assassinate you and Crown Mary. Anthony Babington's letters smuggled in beer barrels spell your death in ciphered ink. Mary's complicity is undeniable. She endorses the plot, her quill signing her doom. You're 53, your hands steady as you read the evidence in a candlelit chamber, your heart heavy with the choice. Killing a queen is a Rubicon cross, it in Europe's wrath follows. Spare her and England burns. You pace your gown, trailing like a comet's tail, your mind a battlefield of duty and dread. You sign Mary's death warrant in 1587. Your signature, a jagged slash on parchment. You're 54, the weight of it crushing Mary's. A queen, your cousin, her blood as royal as yours. On February 8th, at Fotheringhay Castle, she kneels in a red petticoat, the color of Catholic martyrdom praying as the axe falls. The executioner botches it. 2 blows needed her lips moving in prayer till the end. Europe erupts. Philip vows. Vengeance. France recoils. The Pope thunders. You're vilified. A regicide, but England breathes easier. The Catholic threat dimmed. You mourn in private, your tears for a woman who could have been a sister, but your face to the court is stone. You'd give anything for a crisis. PR team. But here spin means a speech that turns rage into loyalty. The Spanish Armada of 1588 is your crucible. Philip fueled by gold, and God launches 130 ships, a floating fortress, to crush your Protestant heresy. You're 55, your navy outnumbered, your treasury strained. Walsingham's spies warn of the fleet's approach. Cecil's reports grim. You rally England, your will, a fire that lights every port. At Tilbury, you ride before your troops, a white horse beneath you, a silver breastplate gleaming. I have the heart and stomach of a king. You declare, your voice carrying over the wind, your red hair, a banner. The crowd roars their fear, forged into defiance. Your admirals, Francis Drake, John Hawkins, outmaneuver the Armada, their smaller ships darting like wolves among lumbering bears. Storms scatter the Spanish waves, swallowing their dreams of conquest. By August, the Armada's broken England's shores, untouched. You're hailed as a miracle, a queen who defied an empire. You'd love a victory tweet to seal the moment. But here trending means a sermon praising you in every church. The court celebrates, but you're already planning Mary's gone. Spain's humbled, but threats linger. Catholic nobles, French intrigue your own court's restless ambition. Your Gloriana, your image immortal in portraits. Your progresses, a pageant of power. But you're also Elizabeth, a woman who's outlived sisters, lovers, enemies, her heart scarred but unbeaten. The 1580s end with you at your zenith, but the game's not over. Ireland's rebelling, your council's aging, and the question of an heir looms. You summon Walsingham, call for Cecil, and prepare for the next battle, because a queen's work never ends. You're not done yet, time traveler. The crown's yours, but it's a flame that burns as it shines. Grab your scepter, steel your heart, and face the final act, because England's watching and you're playing for eternity. It's 1588, and you stand at the zenith of your reign, 55 years old, your red hair streaked with silver, your eyes still sharp as a falcon's. The Spanish Armada lies shattered, its wreckage strewn across the seas. England's shores, untouched by Philip II's Catholic crusade. Whitehall Palace glows with torchlight, the air thick with the scent of mulled wine and victory. Your court erupts in celebration. Lutes, strum nobles dance their velvet cloaks, swirling like autumn leaves. Your Gloriana, the Virgin Queen. Your image immortalized in portraits draped with pearls, your name a hymn on every English lip. The Armada's defeat is a miracle, a testament to your Navy's daring and your will's fire. You've outwitted Europe's mightiest king, silenced Mary Queen of Scots, and turned a fractured realm into a beacon of Protestant defiance. But you know the truth. Victory's a fleeting guest, and the throne's a crucible that never cools. You're dreaming of a long vacation in a beachside villa, but here respite means outsmarting the next plot, while England chants your name. The 1590s dawn with new shadows. Your inner circle, the pillars of your reign, begins to crumble. William Cecil, your rock dies in 1598, his steady hand no longer guiding your counsel. Francis Walsingham, your icy spymaster, is gone by 1590, his web of secrets unraveling without him. Robert Dudley, your heart's quiet flame, dies in 1588, his loss a wound. You hide beneath your queenly mask. You're 60, your court still dazzling, but its light feels dimmer, like a candle burning low. Younger nobles. Robert Devereux, Earl of Essex, with his brash charm. Francis Bacon, with his scholar's ambition, vie for your favor. Their eyes already drifting to James Sixon of Scotland. Mary Stuart's son as your likely heir. You've never named a successor, a deliberate choice to keep power yours alone. To name an heir is to invite rebellion to dim your star before its time. You're a chess master, keeping the board frozen, every piece waiting for your move. Ireland becomes your thorn. The island nominally yours is a patchwork of Gaelic clans and Catholic chieftains, its loyalty shallow, its coasts a backdoor for Spanish invasion. In 1594, Hugh O'Neill, Earl of Tyrone, sparks the 9 Years' War, his rebellion a fire spreading through Ulster's bogs. You're 61, your council urging a swift response. You send Essex, your golden boy, to crush it, his swagger promising victory. He fails, frittering away troops, and gold negotiating with Tyrone instead of fighting. You're furious, your voice slicing through the council chamber like a winter gale. Essex returns in 1599, defying your orders, bursting into your chambers unannounced, catching you without your wig, your face bare of its painted mask. You're 66, your dignity stung, your patience snapped. You banish him from court, his charm no longer a shield. Essex's ambition curdles into treason. In 1601, he raises a ragtag force in London, hoping to spark a rebellion, believing the city will rise for him, that you'll forgive his boyish audacity. You're 67, your heart heavy, but your will iron. His revolt collapses in hours. His men scattered his dreams. Dust. You sign his death, warrant your quill. Steady, though each stroke feels like a cut. On February 25th, 1601, Essex kneels at the tower, the axe falling clean. The court whispers, shocked at your resolve, but you're not swayed by sentiment. You're a queen, not a mother, and rebellion's a poison. You've learned to purge. You'd trade anything for a modern security team to handle these messes. But here, law and order means a scaffold and a steady hand. Your progresses continue a pageant of power to keep England's heart yours. In 1600, you visit Bristol merchants offering you silks dyed indigo, their cheers shaking the cobblestones. You're 67, your body slowing your joints, aching under heavy gowns, but your smile's as sharp as ever. You speak of England's glory, your words painting you as mother warrior. Goddess at Oxford, scholars kneel their Latin, praises met with your own, your fluency, a quiet flex, your portraits, stiff white. Ruff's eyes, piercing from gilded frames, hang in every great hall, your image, a spell binding the nation. You're not just ruling. You're crafting eternity, a myth that outlives flesh. The Renaissance blooms under your reign, a wildfire you've kindled. William Shakespeare's plays light up the globe. Theater, his, Henry V, and Richard III, echoing your own battles. Queens, defying fate. You're 69, attending his shows, seeing your shadow. In his words, Christopher Marlowe's Dr. Faustus. Burns with ambition's cost. His early death a warning you heed. Edmund Spenser's The Fairy Queen. Weaves you as Gloriana, an allegorical titan. His verses a mirror to your myth. You foster poets, scholars, explorers. Francis Bacon, debates, philosophy. John Dee, maps the stars. Printing presses, hum. English Bibles, flood households. Once banned texts, now sacred. Your court's a crucible of ideas, where fencing meets poetry, logic, dances with lute strings. You'd love a podcast to broadcast this brilliance, but here, culture means a sonnet that reshapes a nation's soul. Your global reach grows. In 1577, you'd sent Francis Drake to circumnavigate the globe his ship, Golden Hind. Returning in 1580, laden with Spanish treasure, more gold than your treasury sees in years. You're 69, knighting him aboard his ship. Your laughter, a defiance of Spain's fury. Your charters spark colonies. Virginia named for your virginity, a foothold in the New World. You don't see the bloodshed, the disease, the dispossession that follow. But your crest is carved into American trees. Your initials a claim on lands you'll never walk. You're building an empire, not with swords, but with ambition. Your reign sowing seeds that will bloom centuries hence. Yet age creeps like frost. By 1600, you're 67, your body betraying you. Your teeth blacken your skin, thins beneath layers of ceruse, the white lead paint that keeps you Gloriana's mask. You tire faster, your progresses shorter, your laughter rarer. The court's still a dazzle of masks and music, but it feels hollow, like a song played on worn strings. Your counsel's younger, their eyes darting to James, their flattery tinged with impatience. You're a monument, but monuments weather. You refuse to name an heir. Your silence, a final gambit. Let them wait. Let them wonder. Let your star burn till the end. You're not sentimental. You're strategic. Your throne, your only legacy. In 1603, illness strikes. You're 69, your body failing your spirit, flickering. At Richmond Palace, far from Whitehall's clamor, you collapse your strength, ebbing like a tide. Courtiers gather, bishops pray, ladies in waiting, hover, but you're silent, lying on cushions, refusing a bed. You've always defied convention. Why start now? You speak little. Your thoughts, drifting to Dudley's smile, Cecil's calm, England's roar at Tilbury. On March 24th, 1603, you slip away, your breath fading as dawn breaks. The court mourns, England weeps, but you're beyond their tears. You're buried in Westminster Abbey, beneath a stone shared with Mary, your half-sister. The inscription, proclaiming unity, partners in throne and grave. You'd smirk at the irony you outshone her, outlived them all. Your legacy unfurls like a banner. James Thars, why inherits? But your shadow looms. He leans on your image, styling himself. Your heir, though his court, more Scottish, less dazzling pales beside yours. England becomes Britain. Colonies sprout. Trade. Surges naval might grows all rooted in your reign. Shakespeare's quill. Spenser's verse. Drake's sails. They're your children born of your vision. You're reborn in stories. Bette Davis's sharp-tongued queen. Kate Blanchett's steel-clad icon operas, where you sing heartbreak novels, where you dance through history. You'd love a streaming service to showcase your saga. But here, immortality means a myth that bends time. Your reign reshapes the future. Mary Wollstonecraft cites you her vindication, demanding education for all women, not just queens. Susan B. Anthony invokes your rule. Proof politics isn't a man's game. Emmeline Pankhurst's suffragettes march your defiance, their torch. When Elizabeth II ascends in 1952, headlines herald a second Elizabethan age, your name, a gold standard for female power. You're not just a queen, you're a mirror, reflecting strength for every woman who dares to lead. America, born of your charters, carries your echo in its laws, its literature, its audacity. You didn't marry, didn't birth heirs, but you mothered a nation, a world. You defied a man's world with wit, not swords. Your court was a stage, your reign, a performance. Every gown, speech, silence, a calculated act. You censored dissent, rewarded loyalty, built a spy network that outwitted kings. You danced through wars, plots, and heartbreak. Your throne, a flame that burned without consuming you. Your Gloriana, not because you were divine, but because you were human, scarred, cunning, unbreakable. The world moves on James's paperwork, Charles's wars, modernity's clamor, but you endure a star that never sets a queen who ruled not just England, but eternity. You're done, time traveler. Your crown laid down. Your battles won. The palace fades. The Thames still flows, but your name echoes in every corner of the world. You shaped rest. Now you eternal survivor, because your story's carved in stone, sung in stars, and you've earned your sleep. Wake up. It's 1325. How medieval soldiers were forged in misery. Good morning, you soft, Wi-Fi dependent modern soul. Imagine waking up in 1325. No coffee, no memory foam, mattress, just a pile of moldy straw and fleas, staging a coup on your skin. You're not here to scroll X or binge Netflix. You're here to become a medieval soldier. And trust me, it's less epic. Night montage and more survive or become fertilizer. Behind every blood-soaked army was a system that churned out fighters from kids who'd rather be napping. Let's dive into the brutal, darkly hilarious world that built them, where career choice meant, here's a stick, don't die. From cradle to combat squires at 7 forget, dreaming of being an astronaut or TikTok star. In medieval times, kids didn't get career quizzes. By age 7, when you were still losing at multiplication, boys were shipped off to be squires. No take out the trash chores here. These kids polished armor, heavier than their dreams, fed war horses that could crush them like a soda can, and served as human punching bags for older trainees. Think of them as living crash test dummies, learning don't die before they knew what death was. Bedtime stories. Nah. Try bedtime. Combat drills. Fairy tales were swapped for lessons on where to stab, so it hurts most. Some squires could list 50 sword moves before they could spell their names. Reading wasn't for fun. It was for decoding battle plans, math, for calculating siege angles, or your odds of surviving. Spoiler, not great. Oh, and they wore wooden collars at dinner to force good posture. Imagine choking on stale bread because you slouched. Childhood wasn't a vibe. It was a boot camp with worse snacks. Training, suffering with extra suffering. Survive squire life. Congrats. Now the real pain begins. Combat training wasn't a gym session. It was misery with a mission. Picture running at dawn in 60-pound chainmail, like sprinting with a middle schooler strapped to your back. No alarm clocks needed. Your screaming thighs handled. That sword practice meant swinging the same strike hundreds of times until your arm begged for mercy. Precision wasn't optional. It was the difference between riding home or being a shield's new decoration. Weather didn't care. Rain turned fields into mud, soup snow, froze your fingers, and heat made armor a personal sauna. A 13th century trainer once said, "Complain about mud battles worse wrestling was another delight, grappling and pinning foes to save your life if your sword got yeeted." Off-duty soldiers bet on these matches, turning pain into medieval pay-per-view food was basic but plentiful. 2 pounds of bread, half a pound of meat, and watered-down ale. No calorie apps, just eat or collapse. Sleep. You crashed on straw, with snoring roommates dreaming of anything but this. Mind games battles aren't just brawn. Think battles were just sweaty guys swinging axes. Wrong. They were sweaty guys with a plan. Soldiers memorized trumpet blasts, drum beats and flag waves. Screw up, and you're charging when you should flee. One mistimed horn meant game over. Formations like the shield wall demanded perfect sync. One guy fixing his hair could doom the team. Armies drilled ranks 20 times a day, shouting "stay in formation" louder than actual war cries. Silent hand signals, 42 of them in a 1326 manual, kept plans sneaky. Signals for archers ahead or cavalry coming were key. Though I bet one was for commander's breath is lethal. Hold your nose. Cavalry riders had it worse, juggling horses, weapons, and formations. Horses didn't care about glory. They bolted when swords clanged. Many battles were lost because horses voted nope and ran. Mental grit was the real MVP, marching into battle with a 50% survival rate. That's not courage, that's medieval. You had one job, energy recruitment. Join or else. No LinkedIn for medieval armies. Recruitment was a town crier yelling "King needs fighters," or you're hanged. Patriotism, with a side of blackmail. Classic, the 100 Years' War, saw kings demand counties send men, so elders picked the village's least essential farmers. Volunteers, rare. Bribery worked better. 3 months' wages, or land promises beat starving. Prison recruitment was spicier. Choose arrows over dungeon rot. Up to 20% of some armies were ex-convicts, the original second chance crew. Desperate times meant impressment, snatching guys from markets still clutching their carrots. 1346. London raid nabbed 50 men mid-shopping. These poor souls went from buying veggies to stab or be stabbed overnight. No career fair, swag here, just a spear and a prayer. Crash course for peasants. Peasant recruits didn't get nightly training. Their crash course lasted weeks, sometimes days. At Agincourt, some archers got 4 days to learn. Imagine mastering archery faster than you learned to parallel park. Armor was a lottery too small. Suck it up. Too big, stuff it with hay. 30% of 1415 English infantry had helmets blocking their eyes, which explains why many didn't live to complain twice. Training was bare bones. Don't stab your buddy. Follow orders and look scary while panicking. Marching in formation. Sergeants whacked your legs with sticks. Wooden weapons came first to teach control swing without smacking yourself, and you're halfway to warrior status. Many brought farm tools, scythes, and flails became weapons, giving farmers a shred of confidence until real soldiers showed up. Weapons cheap and deadly. Forget shiny swords from movies. Most soldiers wielded cheap, effective gear. Spears ruled cheap, long and easy to use. A spear cost a third of a sword, the medieval happy meal of weapons. Formations of spearmen were like human porcupines keeping foes at bay. Graves show spear wounds to chests and faces. Simple but savage swords. Those were for rich kids. Axes, maces, and clubs crushed armor, leaving hammer-shaped dents in skulls at Towton in 1461. Farm tools like flails doubled as weapons, letting farmers think I got this until a knight disagreed. Armor survive, but suffer. Full plate armor was a rich man's dream, like a Tesla for your torso. Most got chainmail, 25 to 40 pounds of metal rings that stopped slashes but not smashes. Your shoulders hated you. After a day, helmets were a cruel joke. Early ones left your face open. Later ones blinded you. A 1415 manual said practice until you could spot foes, or at least swing vaguely at them. Leather armor for the poor was like wearing a cardboard shield. Hope the enemy aims elsewhere. Summer battles turned armor into ovens. Knights collapsed from heat before swords were drawn. Squires dumped water on them, creating steamy metal saunas. Armor saved lives, but made you wish you were dead. Knights, the elite with extra baggage. Knights were the military's VIPs, starting at 7 and training for years. They got custom armor, fancy swords, and war horses worth more than your village. These 2,000-pound beasts were bred for chaos, not cuddles. Knights shouted, "Charge," while foot soldiers muttered, "Into those spears." Really training melees, mock battles on horseback got wild. A 1241 tournament saw 7 knights die when practice turned real. Knights juggled glory and debt, maintaining gear that cost a fortune. Sleeping in armor and not falling off horses were their true superpowers. The real school battle training was cute until arrows flew. Battle was chaos formations, broke recruits, froze, and your brain short-circuited. Veterans learned to hear danger. Arrow volleys, whooshed, cavalry, hooves thumped. A 1356 chronicler said, "Vets could smell ambushes." The best skill, knowing when to bolt. Graves show more back wounds than chest ones. Running was smarter than heroics. Veterans aimed for armor gaps, armpits, knees, eye slits. A 1403 journal advised stab where they breathe. Leaders emerged from survival, not rank. Bonds forged in terror lasted lifetimes. After the fight, scars and stories. No victory parades. Many soldiers rotted in unmarked graves. Survivors limped home with scars and PTSD before it had a name. Some knights got land. William the Conqueror gave 1/3 of his knights' estates. Commoners back to farming injuries and all. No 401k, just hope your kids feed you. Veterans became trainers, weaponsmiths, or mercenaries, earning triple their old pay. Battle tales became legends, shaping medieval ideas of courage through songs and stories. Ordinary men turned into myths, minus the Instagram filters. So next time you complain about a 9 to 5, remember 1325. No sick days. No HR, just a spear and a 50% chance of seeing tomorrow. Medieval soldiers weren't born. They were forged in a crucible of pain, bad bread, and worse odds. Now go hug your thermostat and thank your lucky stars for delivery pizza.